Yo, what's up, guys? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hope you all are doing well. My name is RJ here with KR. Another day, another thought. What's up, guys? Hope you guys are doing well. KR, what's up?
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. The struggle streaming already. Give me 2 seconds.
Cool, bro.
This is the thing we're dealing with right now.
Yeah,
Jeez.
guys. So while KR is basically trying to figure out what's up with the sound, trying to fix his headphones, we're here. Guys, we told you last week that we would come with some improvements, some new things, right? New stuff. We build it as we fly, and we've invested in some cool quality uh, voice technology, voice equipment, so you can hear us better. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. This
Cool,
is
cool, cool.
new
But
setup and new struggles. We're
a
sorry,
new
guys.
setup, guys. We had everything ready, but yeah, things. I
It
mean,
just it just shut down mid the intro. I was like, how do
yeah,
I fix this real quick? I was looking at everything.
yeah. I saw you. I saw the reaction on your. So the camera, of course, I couldn't hear. So I was like, yeah, something's not right. But like I said, I already said, man. Kr told our audience we build it. We're building it as we fly.
Yeah.
And as you guys know, we like our concept is the live streaming concept, and of course, it has certain. It's inevitable, Kr. It's inevitable to have small.
You will you will do 2 steps forwards and 1 step back. We
Yeah,
sound much better now, and somehow it managed to. The first second we introduced the new sound, it went wrong.
yeah. I mean, it can happen, man. No, guys, really glad for we really get glad that you guys can be with us for another show. Guys, we truly appreciate your support. So, as I was saying, this is the Double Thought Show. As you guys know, a show where we discuss different topics and themes, touching on them from different perspective, uh, all with one thing in mind, and that's basically to try to understand the topic and the theme as good as possible. And the
Yeah.
way to do so, in our opinion, is to tackle the topics from an objective, as objective as possible point of view or approach, I must say. And of course, for that, viewers, subscribers, we really uh, encourage you to share your thoughts and opinions with us as well, because that's how we learn. Hope you guys are doing well. As I said, I'm RJ here with KR. KR, you can hear me now.
I can hear
Another
you.
wild week, man. Another wild
Wild
week.
week, yes, yes, yes. It's an interesting week. There are always crazy things happening. Um, First of all, I want to congratulate Argentina for winning with a great help from the ref,
Talking
guys.
about the World FIFA World Cup.
FIFA World Cup is going on right now, and I want to congratulate Messi for again hopping on someone else's back to go forward,
Yo, I mean,
and then to have the audacity to say after the game that the referee was very bad, dude. He was trying to help y'all to get through.
so
But anyway,
shout out to
before I stop
Anthony
ranting,
and
sorry.
the referee.
Huh?
Let's give them a shout out. Let's give them the
Oh,
applause they deserve, man.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Give him an applause. Maybe also send him to the gulag. But okay.
Yeah, I saw the I didn't watch the game. I'm too busy working, but I did see the highlight, and it was like, yeah,
Man was the one. I think FIFA was is trying. Well, that what FIFA was trying to do failed because Morocco punted out Portugal. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
to my
I saw, I
Portuguese
saw.
friends,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but this isn't it, man. Morocco is really putting it through. You know what's sad? Before I go back to the gulag remark, because then we can transition to the next crazy thing.
Yeah.
The the star player of Morocco is Hakim Ziyech.
Yeah.
Do you know that Hakim was first of all invited to the Dutch team before he went to Morocco.
Are you serious?
Yes,
Yeah.
they invited him. He did the training camp and was never called back while he was being one of the best. And out of spite, he went to Morocco, and now they're at the last four, and we are sitting at home.
Yeah.
Man, it's
It's
sad.
tough, man. It's tough. But I
But
think I saw some other players as well. I mean, I saw some other players as well that were. I think there was a player from the U.S. team whose father
yeah,
was.
that's
Yeah, yeah. His father
yeah.
was
His
a.
father is, I think, American or something like that, and his mom was. He has a American tie, and he grew up in the Netherlands, and he chose for.
No, so I'm referring to a player of the U.S. team that was. His father is currently still a high-ranking official or president or something of a country, something like that.
Oh, George Weah.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so.
yeah, George Weah.
Yeah.
George Weah was a great football player, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's go back to, because we're going into too much into football. The
It's just
Gulag, because
yeah.
someone else came from the Gulag this week.
From the god. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Brittney Griner.
Shout out to Brittney Griner. She's out.
Quite a crazy, quite a crazy deal right there.
That was a crazy deal. Who
I mean,
won? I watched of course on all these debate shows, sport debate shows. It's
mhm.
always the question like when there's a trade, who won? Who won the trade? KR, who won the trade? Was it Russia or the US?
That's a good question. It
Think
depends
so.
on how you look at it.
Whoops. Wait.
Don't try to demonetize us now.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So the question is, who won?
Yeah, who won the trade? 'Cause there was a trade.
It was a trade, yes. It depends on how you look at it, the angle you want to take. So
Okay.
on a basis, if you think that it's important to bring back whoever you can get,
Yeah.
it's a win for the US. I mean, they got Brittney Griner back
Yeah.
against all. Well, at what cost, you can ask? That's a good question, but you got her back.
Yeah.
If you weigh in the
The weight of H.
crime,
So maybe it's good to talk about the players. Let's talk about the players that were involved in this trade. On
Yeah.
the one hand, you had a WNBA player
Mhm.
who was caught with marijuana, I think, in stay away from the weed.
Oh,
She was caught with weed in Russia. I think she was at the Russian airport and was detained and eventually was trialed and sentenced to 9 years of prison.
mhm.
And on the other hand, that was so she was detained in Russia, and on the other side of the trade, the U.S. side, U.S. had a person who goes by the name of the merchant of doom
Death.
of death,
Yeah.
the the
Victor
merchant
Bout.
of
It's
death
about that life.
is about that life, and he's also a arms dealer. Basically, I read that he financed weapons, right? He provides
Mhm.
weapons to or he provided weapons to amongst other places, Africa, so in African conflict, but all over the world actually.
Mhm.
So
Terrorist
I
as
think,
well.
and the criticism now is that there's another war veteran in Russia. Why didn't you get him out instead of Brittney Griner? Any comments on that?
I have a comment on that. I think so. So we're talking about the negotiation. I think it's funny people talk like it's like Russians don't have brains. They just gonna say okay to whatever you offer them. There's someone else who's locked up in Germany, and
In Germany?
yes, from what I've saw the article real quick. I didn't read into it, but supposedly there is a guy who basically offed, for cannot use the word,
Mhm.
offed a ex-Chechen um, um, warrior, and he's part of the let's say he got basically a state contract to do
Mhm.
the hit.
Mhm.
And I think Russia, from what I understand, Russia tried to get him out with the help of US, um, and that US didn't want to cooperate with that. But I think that the Russians knew that as a PR they had to get Brittney out. And when you, so in a trade you always have to know the wants of the opponent or whoever you're negotiating with,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
the pressure they have. And the pressure was to get Brittney back as soon as possible. The other Marine, he's been there already 3 years, so
Yeah.
that's not really. And plus, he's not really that well known. Brittney has a face to it, to her, to her,
Mhm.
not to it.
Yeah. Well, we don't know
Well,
how
yes, I don't know.
what
I don't. I
pronouns.
don't want to misgender her. But
Yeah, yeah. So it's just to follow up, and then maybe we can proceed. But yeah, it's what you said. At the end of the day, two things. Something you told me that always stuck with me, and I think you heard it somewhere else. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate.
oh, that's Jay-Z said it once.
Yeah. Oh well, it's perfect timing because I got something to tell about that as well. But you don't get what
See?
you
We're
don't.
good at negotiating.
Yeah, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate, and
Mhm.
negotiation is all about leverage as well. So what they did was you mentioned that Brittney Griner has a face, but what a lot of people with influence organizations with influence did was they kept pushing for her face to remain relevant. So,
Mhm.
so people don't forget her, and
Mhm.
that's how she became, let's say, the best, or at least it was in the US interest to move, or at least in Biden's interest to move probably the Democratic Party as well, saying, hey, we need to get her out, because if Trump, we don't know how 2024 is going to turn out. If Trump gets elected and she gets imagine that, imagine if Trump gets elected in 2024 and if Brittany wasn't released, he negotiated the release.
The
And
L.
the
And plus, don't forget, you have an asset now.
you have an asset now,
Mhm.
and that is that you think he crossed.
No, 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 no. You
Right.
have an asset. When you're running campaign, you can use that
Yeah,
asset.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
And
don't think you have the asset when you have a Marine who's been 4 years already.
no one cares.
It's not a face. It sounds really bad, but it is how these deals are looked at.
Yeah, it's like the Russian. They mentioned this on the Russian network. A lady, I don't know if she's a journalist or a republic or
Mhm.
an official, state official or
Mhm.
something. But he said, well, the reason. So according to her, the reason why Brittany, I was gonna say another. I was
Britney
gonna
Spears?
no, the other Brittany.
I don't know. Continue.
Yeah. So Brittany Griner. So the reason why Brittany, so according to her, uh,
Mhm.
the reason why Brittany Griner was chosen as part of the deal instead of the Marine was because the Marine is a man, the Marine is white, and the Marine is hetero.
No, no. This
So,
is this is oh, this is
so
this is a great rhetoric that they put out there.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
These Russians ain't stupid,
yeah,
but
no, no, that's
you can say, well,
intelligence work right there.
this is just a rhetoric, and yeah, they
Yeah,
know what's happening. They
yeah,
know what's
yeah.
happening.
They're pushing it
Start
too.
the
They're
fire,
pushing the
start the
narrative.
fire.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta,
Hey guys,
yeah. Hey.
yeah, continue. You wanted to finish your thought?
No. I just wanted to say we are taking a lot of time on the intro, but
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're gonna clip this as well. So, hey guys, thanks to everyone who's watching the live show. We greatly appreciate your attendance. Thank you as well to everyone who's watching the rebroadcast. The last show did pretty well. The rebroadcast went pretty well.
yeah.
Guys, we try as much as possible. So we do it with every video, but we try to do it as fast as possible to add timestamps to the videos so you can check out, specific. If you don't want to watch the whole rebroadcast, you can skip to the parts that's most interesting to you.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, let's see if everything is working correctly. So we don't struggle stream. I think this is the first time that you started with a struggle stream because I did it a couple of times. But welcome to the club, bro. Guys, put some on. Guys, hey, welcome. Hey,
Oh
guys,
man.
put some ones in the chat. Put some ones in the chat if you guys can hear us, so we know we're not. So we know that the guys are hearing us correctly. We don't want you guys to miss out on anything.
Yeah. So, guys, thank you for watching so far. I think it's important to remember to follow, like us, um, like the video. Follow us on.
Like us, but the video as well, especially the video. You don't need to
I
like
don't
us,
have to like us,
like the
man.
video.
Like the video. Like the
Yeah.
video. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook, so you can basically get the latest on the clips we are releasing. We try to update at least once every day which clips we are going to release. Um, the ones we think are very interesting in that case. So yeah, follow us on socials and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, subscribe to the channel. And with that being said, we're going to continue with the show. Before we do that, of course, the usual disclaimer. Guys, as you know, the purpose of this show is to provide you with entertainment. We are not advisors in this show. We're not acting as advisors. We're not financial advisors, legal advisors, life coach, any type of advisors. We're just here to provide you entertainment. And the purpose of the show is thus purely to provide entertainment, share thoughts with you guys, and of course to hear your guys' opinions and ideas on the topics we discuss. For personal advice that are so if you require personal advice, we urge you to seek out advice from the respective professionals in the field where you require assistance, because that would they can provide you with more tailor-made assistance. Can you?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Uh, something. Yeah, I hear the feedback of your system. I don't know why, but anyway, I can hear myself. Not anymore now.
Okay.
That's good. Let's continue. Still struggle streaming. I think you also joined the club now. Welcome. Today is the first day we are working with the new system, guys. Let's try to get through this and see how. I mean, it's a learning process.
Yeah.
Talking about learning processes, as we always start with a show, we introduce a random thought. Um, and as usual, we start with RJ's random thought of the day. So, RJ, please share with us what your random thought was today or earlier this week.
Thanks, KR. So in today's random thought of the day, I want to talk about. Well, we mentioned him already, Jay Z. His quote, that I mentioned that stuck with me. You don't get what you deserve; you get what you negotiate. I have another quote I want to use that's appropriate to what I want to talk about today. Quit while you're ahead. Guys, guys, if you guys didn't catch the news, Jay-Z is currently in the news because of a court case going on with the Bacardi company he partnered up with. He's a 50% shareholder, or at least his company is 50% shareholder.
Do say.
Do say to the company, and well, Jay-Z wanted to buy them out. So we wanted to become, or at least his company, he wanted for his company to become full owner of the brand. And so what he did was he estimated, yeah.
It's the other way around.
What do you want to say? Yeah. You're right. You're right. He wanted to sell, and so he wanted to sell his shares, and thus he went and offered them. Of course, you estimate the brand the value of the company, and he saw that about 500 million was a little bit less than 500 million was supposed to be the, let's say, what he, so the word,
Like
his word. What did you say?
he said he wanted 2.5 for his part.
Yeah. What did you want to say?
No, I said he wanted 2.5 for his part, and the others. Continue.
Yeah. So, but then he offered 1.5 as well, and they said no, because the company, according to the shares are worth less according to the Duce. So what he did was he started thinking, I'm asking for a price 3 times the value instead of the 2.5, and the company is telling me no, because they are claiming that the value is less. So what he did was he started asking questions. Why wouldn't the deal go through? Why wouldn't the deal go through? And he said, you know what? I don't think I trust these people. Let me go start a court case to demand the financial statements, the financial insight into the company. So at this moment, at least the court is still ongoing. We're gonna find out pretty soon whether Jay-Z was wrong or whether people have been stealing from his pockets. I like to entertain the idea that just as a logical thinker, that let's say you find something. What would that mean? Well, that's a whole lot of lawsuits, a whole lot of money, but it can also damage the brand. Now, we all know that Jay-Z doesn't need more money, but he still wants more money. Sometimes, guys, it's better to not nickel and dime every penny. Sometimes you need to let things go. Lose a little. Because now you're going to lose a lot. Probably. KR. That's my random thought of the day.
Who's losing in this, actually?
Well, that we'll need to find out. We'll need to wait for the verdict. But if I need to put money on it, I'll put money on
Jay.
Yeah, no, not Jay.
Jay?
I don't think Jay's gonna lose. You think he's gonna lose?
No, win. I think he's gonna win.
Yeah. So I'm putting money. So I said who's gonna lose?
Oh, okay.
I don't think Jay's gonna.
You think very negative. You gotta think who's gonna win.
I'm a
lose.
pessimist, man.
Okay.
I'm a pessimist, man.
Well, anyway, let's let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. At the end of the day, I think the story is a learning moment for everyone. When someone when you start an initial bid and people say you're I think it's easy in his case. In his case, it was quite easy to do this because it's a 50-50 partnership.
Exactly.
And by by turning around and doing so they said his share is valued at 500 million. By turning around and offering three times the word and them
Still
saying no
saying
to
no,
that,
still saying no to that. Yeah.
that was a red flag for him. So I think that's also by itself a learning moment for everyone, how to find out whether what you're if you're in a 50-50 or whatever deal you have, try to find out what your part is worth by turning it around.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you have like people, I've experienced that, like people who they want it all. So they're the type of people who will go all in, lose, ask for borrow money, and then go all in again. So sometimes, you know, you
Yeah,
think,
well,
yeah, you think I can still push it, just one more push. Maybe he can back down and ask for, and you know, we can make it a billion instead of 1.5 billion. That's
hey,
stupid.
they try to lowball him. It's gonna cost him probably.
It's gonna hit him in the low balls.
He's gonna walk in and tell him.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, let's start with the show. Before we continue, like I said before, like the show, the like show, the live show. Please also like the rebroadcast so that we end up higher in the algorithm and on the recommendations of other people. So let's start with the show of today. We have a lot of things to talk about. We already quite, let me open up this. So, yeah, we have a lot to talk about. The main topic of today is, are you selling out or did you sold out a long time ago? The
Actually,
main,
did you sell out already?
hmm?
It's actually, did you sell out?
Did you sell out
Yeah.
a
I'm
long
just
time
think,
ago?
yeah, yeah. Because
Oh,
did
this.
you, yeah.
Oh, anyway.
So- well, let's proceed.
Let's proceed. Yes, yes, yes. So we're going to tackle this on our main two stories. Deion Sanders, who went from the his current job at JSU to University of Colorado Boulder, and the second topic will be the Twitter journalists that have been criticized by other journalists. And as a third topic, we will dive into some of the findings of the Twitter files. But let's start with Coach Prime. As I said before, Coach Prime has announced that he's leaving Jackson State to take charge of Colorado University. That means that Prime, Coach Prime, who was appointed uh, about 3 years ago, is leaving the HBCU program for a Division One team, a Power Five. We will start here with basically earlier last week, not past week, but the week before, we had a interview where they basically were playing around about the idea of him going to Colorado. and let's play it. Guys, if you cannot hear the video, please add it to the comments so you are sure you can hear it as well.
But you know my favorite team is the Kansas City Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Next week they play the Denver Broncos in Colorado. I'm going with you, and we gonna ride together.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's a go. Now that's a good one. That's a good one there. I gotta admit, now that's a good one. That's a good one there.
To give you guys a couple of some context, I'm not sure, but I think it's a play on words because he mentioned Broncos as well. The quarterback, Russell, always says, "Let's ride."
Might
In
be.
addition, in addition to also because he said, "Let's take
Ride
a ride,"
together.
and looked at the camera.
Yeah.
But they are playing already with the idea of him leaving to Colorado.
That was a good one. Come on, sit back down here. Come on.
Because the rumors were.
So why are you gonna do your boy like that?
Coach, I never been there. And
Me either.
but I'm going.
I
I'm
played
going.
there.
Well, I'm going next week when the Chiefs play
what-
Bronco in Colorado, Denver, Colorado.
What you trying to say?
I just want to know. Can we ride together?
Why am I going?
What do you think? Well, let's go. So they're playing this week. My team played the Bengals.
Oh, you ain't no good, man.
But Coach, I'm
You
just
ain't
asking.
no good.
Coach, you told me
I
that.
ain't tell you what.
You told the fella. They told the man they'll ask a question. He
Yeah.
asked a question, and he asking all this stuff about your beard and all that. You ain't said. But when I asked you, can I ride with you to Colorado?
Why would you assume I'm going to Colorado?
I don't. Cause you've been to all these places. I've never been to Colorado.
But
And the
why would
Chiefs-
you assume I'm going to
Because-
Colorado?
No,
Could you ride with me?
No, I'm just.
Go to the Kansas City Chiefs. That's good stuff, though. Is the Chiefs playing at the real?
Yes. Season be over with. And look, the season be over. So we go together, Coach.
No, you gotta stop, man.
Okay,
This is good though. I got to admit, this is your best one up. This is your best one up. You thought that thing got dog.
I did.
You thought that thing got.
I
I give you
did.
though. You thought that thing.
I ain't asked you no questions about none of
I
that.
appreciate it.
But
There have been rumors the last 2 months that he was going to leave. Nebraska was one of the colleges that were universities that were mentioned, and basically this reporter who has been interviewing him multiple times this past 2-3 years, is basically using a play on words while also referring or suggesting him leaving in a funny way. So that's a fun way to address the topic, the elephant in the room.
Yeah, this was a good one. You heard this one, Sam? To X
Sam, I just told him next week. You know I like the Chiefs, right? I like the Kansas City Chiefs, favorite team of all time. Next week they play Denver Broncos in Colorado. I said, could I ride? We ride together.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's all I asked.
Why would you assume that Sam and I will be there?
Oh, Sam, going to. Or you sleep. But I got something for you, Coach. I got something for you.
You just had some fun.
Give my bag there, Ed. That's Quinn. Okay, Ed he can do 2 things at one time. But
Ed running the
It-
camera.
it-
You can't
well,
say
he-
it on the camera.
he-
You say Ed was in charge of media and all that.
okay, let me see what I put in here.
Ed's in charge of sales for real.
Yeah, he is.
Ed, you do the commercials and stuff. You're doing a great job, man.
You just said he couldn't say nothing. You just said he couldn't say nothing. Because you live out in the wilderness.
I live in the country.
You live in the country.
Yes.
So I didn't wrap this, but I
Oh,
got
yeah,
it.
you never do.
Because this is something. There are a lot of animals that run out in the street. So you put this on your car. It's to get rid of deer.
A deer warning.
Yes.
So what are they supposed to do?
Well, they hear that when you're driving, and they hear it's like a whistle, and then they
Why?
run out the way.
Why is it in Spanish? Why? I'm just saying. Where do you get this stuff from, man? Why is the whole thing in Spanish?
Is it?
Yes. You can't read nothing like that.
Oh, sure, okay. I didn't. But no, because put that on your car,
It
and,
works.
and that'll work. Keep the deer from flying. I mean, it works in deer in Mississippi and the animals in other states.
I was waiting for you to say Buffalo. I was just waiting for you. I was just waiting for you to say that. You know, it's changed.
But Coach, but finally, before we go, can we?
I appreciate this. Can we what? Can we what?
I'm going to the game. I'm going to see the Chiefs.
What that mean?
I'm going to see the Chiefs in Denver.
And I hope you have a good trip.
I mean,
What you talk? What are you assuming?
no, I'm just Coach. I don't, Coach. I don't try to get in your business. I don't.
Oh, for real?
I don't try to get in your business.
You don't try?
No, sir, I don't. But I'm look. That man right there. Man, ask you all these questions. Man, ask you all this stuff about it.
He asked some great questions.
Man, sitting right there. Ask you.
So basically, he's already assuming that he will be leaving to Colorado. And a couple of days later, a meeting was set by Deion with his recruits, his team, his football program to discuss the future. And he announced to them that he accepted the job at Colorado. And he does it in a pretty well-mannered way, telling the guys that he's going to talk to them after this meeting to see what's the best a move for them in the future.
Y'all won. You won. You good. We kick back. We won. Okay, down for the nitty-gritty. I know y'all been hearing the rumors and everything that's been transpiring around about my whereabouts and what I'm going to do. And I like for y'all to hear it from me and not from anyone else. It is what it is. Either in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated.
That's a bar, by the way.
That's a bar.
That's a bar. Either in coaching, you either get terminated or you get elevated.
Yeah.
Ain't no other way. You either elevated or terminated. And it ain't no graveyard for coaches where they die at the place. It don't work like that. They either gonna run you off or you gonna walk off upon your own recognizance. I've chosen to accept the job elsewhere next year. I'm gonna finish what we started. We're gonna dominate. I'm gonna be here to that end and that conclusion. And then when that conclusion, we will move on. Now, what I don't want you to do is thinking something is better on the other side in regards to some of you. I would like to have the opportunity to meet with some of you so you don't go and jump in the portal and you die in the portal. I don't want that to happen because some of y'all thinking it's simplistic like that, and it's not. That portal will be loaded on, is it Monday, fella? Yeah. Monday. Portals opens, be loaded, and they're gonna call and they're gonna ask, because that's what we've done for some of y'all when we were trying to acquire y'all. We called and we asked your coaches, and when we knew what kind of character, what is it, and I don't want you thinking since you have the Jackson State awards on you that people are just gonna flock to you and they're gonna lace you like that. This is one of the best universities, I believe, certainly in FCS, that you could have an opportunity to play at because of all the bells and whistles and these particular things that we've brought here. And I'm trying my best with this wonderful gentleman to help choose this next guy for you. My recommendation goes to TC. They know how I feel about TC. I want TC, and several of the staff members are going to be retained here, but that's mine. I would love for someone in-house because I don't really know how y'all would act with somebody outside the house coming in to really not understanding how we function and how we get down. So that's my recommendation. So let's clap it up for TC. Hope that's how it goes down. But
so basically, he's pointing out that he will be talking to the players and try to give them the best advice he can about where to move next, either to stay at JSU or to move to another university through the portal. Simultaneously, he's also saying that he will be talking with the JSU team, school AD, to basically arrange his successor. So he's trying to leave the program as good as he can on his feet. He's not running away. He's trying to help while also knowing that he will leave. What is he leaving JSU for? So it was announced that he signed a total of $29.5 million contract. So it's basically money coming in for Deion. What is it about the money? Is he moving from the money because of the money, or is he moving for some other reason? We will discuss this later in the show. But to give you an idea, we will look into the specifics because it's very important to. Money is also an important part of this whole move. But just to give you an idea of what the HBCU is dealing with on their side financially, and a team or a school like a University of Colorado are dealing with. So it was released that he will be signing a 5-year contract for 29.5. The beginning, the first year, he will earn 5.5. His yearly incentives include $150,000 for 6 wins and $100,000 for each win after, and $150,000 for the bowl berth, and $200,000 for the 6 bowl invitation. In addition to that, he will also get an extra $750,000 if he wins the title, which is pretty good amount, would you say, RJ?
It's not a bad amount.
It's not a bad amount. And you will also see later on that this is a very good compared to what he's earning now. He didn't do it, or maybe did he do it for the money? But he visited the Colorado University, and you can already see that the program is already on its feet. For example, I'm going to show you guys a couple of the footage they released.
So of our trophies, we got the interactive display right here, tied to the big wins in our history. We have the Heisman Trophy from Michelle Salon. Being inducted into the Hall of Fame on Tuesday. This is our coach.
That's all right.
Wow.
Y'all are awesome. It is all right.
Nah, that's hard.
That's all right.
They photoshopped a brand new picture of him into the facility. Well, not the Photoshop, into the facility. They basically added the picture into the facility, basically making sure that he sees himself early on.
That's patience glasses.
Yes. That's hard.
And it looks great, by the way.
It looks really great. So just in case he didn't, so they were thinking like, just in case you don't have an imagination, let us show you how it's gonna look like.
How does it look like?
Dope.
And it looked really dope. The colors of their uniform also. And then they go to the facility.
It's our training room.
So I need right now.
I don't think you want any of us doing that.
Yeah.
I want to show you our therapy area. For our therapy. Hey, Alex, you run in and the lights in the studio. You got a hot tub.
No, see, this is normal for you. This is not. This
We didn't
ain't.
always have this.
This
I was
ain't.
here before this.
This ain't normal for us.
That's the new normal.
Yeah, you gotta understand. We've been together for 20 years, man. Coaching youth and all that. So this ain't normal for us.
So these are recovery pools, one hot, one cold. Our players will walk through here after practice, help stop, try to get their muscles to stop so that they can start their recovery a little quicker. We got a hot tub, a cold one. Check this out right down here. That's our underwater treadmill. Underwater treadmill.
So we're talking about a top tier facility.
Yeah.
Other than that, they also shared some merch. They
got
have
merch.
merch ideas. Some Buffalo Prime merch. I mean, you gotta partner up to make the money.
Yeah.
Can I get the word?
Make some changes.
No, can I get something? Like, can I get anywhere off? But you say you hit me just quick.
Oh my God.
I gotta get this. I gotta get this black man.
Well, I know you don't like that, but I think we gotta do some stuff with that.
Yeah, we could.
Bro.
We could. First look. This is first looks, Neely. First looks on Prime Gear. Coach Prime. Coach. Go ahead, do your
Everything.
on the neck. There you go. Beautiful.
We are also working on some merch, guys. Not the UC merch like Prime did, but we're gonna release it as soon as possible.
Pretty soon. Yeah.
Really soon, yes. So basically, what you're already seeing that there is a business plan behind this. There is a idea. They will be working on merch with UC, Coach Prime and UC merch.
Yeah.
Is it a 50-50 deal? Who knows? I don't know the exact contract. There's only partially the information has been released by the team.
But there is as well psychological. So psychologically, it's also very strategic move, because if you're gonna partner up, a partnership is not something that you can end as easily as a coaching job. So
Yeah.
basically, they're saying we're willing to. So again, as you said, we don't know the details of the deal or the partnership, but they're saying like, you know what? We're thinking that we can help each other grow.
Yeah.
It's a smart move.
Hand in hand.
You should try to
We
do
both
it as
know.
fast as possible. They got 3 years.
We both pull our strengths together and make it a partnership where everyone wins.
Yeah.
However, not everyone is happy about this move.
You don't
Like
say.
Prime is. There has been people calling his move an act of betrayal. Both in the media, but also on Twitter. As usual, Twitter is always. People don't have a filter. Definitely now.
Now I was just, Yo, I was just about to say that Twitter is hot now, man.
Yeah, it's on fire.
Yeah.
So we have here, well, it seems like a troll account because there is no real name. I'm him by Native Ace.
And he is me.
saying basically Deion sold out. It used to be for the people. The moment of the. By the way, I didn't know the YT, what it stood for until this morning.
It's YouTube, right?
No, it's white people.
No, are you serious?
It's white. That's how they write white these days.
Oh wow. Okay,
I
okay.
didn't know that. I also thought it was YouTube, but I guess people. I don't want to blame this on the school system, but guys, come on, dude, cannot write it like that.
It's just like in our BLM show, our Black Lives Matter show, where we talked about where we showed how the movement basically didn't want to use the word men. They
Oh,
tried
man.
everything as possible. They basically said we're here to help black people, every black people under the sun, but they didn't even mention the men, and even the woman. They X'd the E, so for it to not have a gender
To it.
aspect to it. Yeah.
So Native Ace is saying the moment white people showed up, showed the money, you ran. That's why AJ Terrell better than you. Well, I guess the Ebonics is really strong in this writer. I can guess who he is. I'm not gonna say the color of his skin. That's what I mean, guys.
But you do know what he likes to eat.
Or maybe he's a white troll. Who knows? It's maybe Jack from the back. No, I'm not gonna say.
Well, yeah, they say that so black people and rednecks have a lot in common. So
Yeah. Ask Thomas Sowell. Or Soul.
so yeah, Thomas so
Thomas Sowell.
Yeah.
Prime Time had zero problem selling out the HBCU. And a lot of people responded to this. There are also other HBCUs who are trolling Jackson State. Starting with, it was a couple of weeks ago, one of the coaches said, I'm HBCU. Prime isn't HBCU. And you can hear right now the announcer basically playing with that.
4, 6, 8. Let's get country like Jackson State. Hey, Jackson, sounds like you need to be getting ready for a new head coach. I think the coach don't want you no more. I told y'all he wasn't swag. Coach Prime is about to be big balling. 2, 4,
crazy,
6, 8.
man.
Let's get country like Jackson State.
That's
Okay.
trolling at its best, man.
That's trolling
crazy.
at its best.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
basically saying 268, Jackson State will be not the number one anymore in swag.
Yeah.
Swag is the division they're in. They're also basically saying that Deion left them behind.
Yeah. I told you he didn't want you.
Yeah. He's not swag. I'm swag.
I'm swag. Yeah.
It's a craps in the barrel mentality, to be honest. But
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, come on, man. You got, and then he says he's gonna be big balling. Come on, man. But it's a troll. I gotta give it to him.
They're trolling,
It's
they're
a great
trolling.
troll job. But there are also other people who are critical about the situation. Among them is Dr. Umar Johnson. He went on the Breakfast Club and shared his 2 cents on this.
Deion.
What's your thoughts on Deion
Everybody
Sanders?
been texting me about this all week.
Talk to me about Deion, Dr. Umar.
Mind you, before you get into it, Charlemagne gave Donkey today to people that were criticizing.
I know.
That's right.
And I'm coming right at him.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm coming right at him.
Let's go.
More lashes.
I'm coming right at more lashes. When Deion Sanders stood against Colin Kaepernick's protest in 16, I branded him a Negro peon.
He did?
Yes, he did. He said, I saw him say it out his mouth on an interview. He said he should not have taken that knee. It was wrong. Deion Sanders. I'll put him in the Negro peon camp because he didn't stand with Colin Kaepernick.
Hold up. Is he called? So just to be clear, I never heard this term. Is he calling him a Negropean, as in a European, but then? Yo, that's what he's calling him.
I thought he was saying peon, as in peon, but I guess he's trying to say Negropean.
I think.
Let me spin that back. By the way,
I think.
On an interview, he said he should not have taken that knee. It was wrong. Deion Sanders. I'll put him in the Negro peon camp.
You're right.
I think that's what
he called him a Negropean. What the heck? Oh man, this is crazy. Anyway, let's continue. This is a new one for me.
Yeah, I didn't know of this one. Wait, it's African American. So Urban Dictionary: African American that knowingly or unknowingly perpetuates the agenda of elitism, colonialism, puritanism, or racial bias.
Okay. I guess.
Hey, I was like, did he call
Negropean?
Negropean. That's a new one for me.
Well, we learn things as well on this show.
Guys, let us know in the comments if you were familiar with this term, and remember to like our video, subscribe to our channel as well. Let's continue.
Negropean. Anyway, let's continue.
Colin Kaepernick. When I heard Deion Sanders was taking the job, I said, okay, I'm going to give him his black pass back.
Who are you to give any passes? But let's continue.
Let's let it pass.
Because here you are, one of the top 5 greatest athletes, arguably the greatest football player ever, including Tom Brady. Deion could go down as greater than. You go to Jackson State, HBCU. That's impressive. Now I hear all of a sudden you might be leaving.
Well,
So
he's leaving.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. Stay with me. He's wrong. But I have 2 levels of wrong. I got a low level and I got a high. I'll explain them to you quickly. My low level. If Deion told the administration and the students and the players at Jackson State that I'm taking this job, but I need y'all to know, if something better comes along, as soon as it comes along, I may be leaving you.
He did say that.
He said that.
If he was that transparent, I didn't see that.
Ding dong, you're wrong.
Yo,
He's already on thin ice right here for me.
Yeah. Let's continue.
2 people tell you you're wrong. He
Yeah.
said that. We will go through that as well later in the show. But
Yeah,
that's
we're gonna go exactly like what did Deion actually say? But let's
Yes, that's what we're going to break down what really happened. Whether this criticism towards Deion, who did amazing things for GSU, is this justified for him calling him a sellout right now? But let's continue to see, because he basically tells you the general criticism there has been on Deion this past week.
I played the clip the other day. He said it on 60 Minutes. He said that.
No, he said he may be leaving. He did not say he was leaving after 3 years.
No, he said that if a Power 5 school comes along, I have to entertain it. I would be a fool not to. And Deion has
That's
always
not
been
the same.
No, Deion has always been transparent and open about what his goals were.
That is not. No, I disagree with you. He told them if it comes his way, he would have to entertain it. He never said I would leave you that soon. He never said I can be gone in 3 years.
What does it matter though? His contract was
I'm
only
gonna
for
tell you
4.
why it matters. I'm about to tell you right now why it matters. Because he damn wrong. Now, if he told them, if I'm going to go back and study some more, but from what I seen him say, he was not that direct. But if he was, and that's not what I saw, so we disagree there. But if he was, he's still wrong, but it's a low level because at least you was transparent and you.
He doesn't even hedges his statement. You gotta hatch your statement in case you're wrong.
Well, as we're seeing, no, you don't have to. As we're seeing more and more, especially in the public sphere, people just say things and stick to them.
Yeah.
Prince of
I see here a
Pan-Africanism.
I think I see a comment. by Boot
yeah.
Tribe.
Thanks, Boot Tribe. Yeah, you guys must be from Africa. The word Negropean is basically another Black American term for Uncle Tom. Yeah, we're not from Africa, but we're not from the US either. Thanks for your comment, Boot Tribe. Yeah, we're from
different parts of
the world. Yeah. But thanks for your input. So it is apparently a common.
Uncle Tom, I do know.
Yeah, Uncle Tom, I do know.
I think everyone knows Uncle Tom's.
Yeah, Uncle Tom. I think.
Or another term they use is also coon.
Yeah, I think. Was it Jalen Rose who called? Someone from Duke, Uncle Tom, I think, and it became a whole issue.
Okay.
He said it to another reporter, I think. I can't recall who it was. Boot Tribe, thanks for your comment.
Yes, thank you. Let's continue. Oh.
Gave them informed consent. They knew you could leave at any time.
That's right.
Okay? Still wrong. I'm going to explain in a minute. Now, if he didn't tell them that, okay, and I'm hearing from people who know athletes on that team that they were not told it that way.
They weren't listening.
And they're upset.
Because he said that on 60 Minutes.
Okay? He didn't say it that way, Charlamagne. I saw that.
He did not.
No, he didn't. Now, if he did not do it that way, that automatically means that Deion Sanders used, abused, and exploited HBCU Jackson State just to be given an opportunity to show predominantly white institutions that he could coach. If he only used them as a stepping stone to getting a job at a white college, he was dead wrong. Now, let me tell y'all why this is bigger than football. What case is the Supreme Court reviewing right now?
The
right now,
the case against black, what is it, for black students in colleges?
Absolutely. The U.S. Supreme Court right now is reviewing whether or not racially conscious admissions in higher education are unconstitutional. And guess who is bringing the suit?
Who do you think is bringing the suit?
Curious to find out.
Would you like to
guess?
Guess? Or do you say I want to find out? I don't want to marginalize anyone.
Well, I mean, it can't be Black Lives Matter.
No, because I mean, what the suit is basically saying is that you cannot help another race based on race to get more admissions. I think.
Who's bringing the suit?
I'll skip this part. I'll play it.
Yeah.
Asians. But guess who's funding the suit?
Shout out to the Asians, man. Yeah, of course, because they are very actively, and race talks in this.
Yeah.
White people with connections to the 6 conservative justices on the United States Supreme Court bench. So what they're saying is Asians are discriminated against on the basis of the personality aspect of the admissions process at Harvard and the University of North Carolina, among other universities, by subjecting Asians to that personality assessment, which includes personality, background, social economic status, culture, this, that, who you are, what you want to be. Asians are being penalized for the high test scores and grades. So what the Asians want and what the white folks who are funding the Asians want is they want the Supreme Court to say you cannot include race at all as a factor in higher education admissions. If they throw that out, if they say Harvard cannot use the personality assessment portion of the admissions process, the percentage of Asians that get accepted into PWIs goes up by 20%, and the percentage of black students will plummet by at least 50%. You know what that means? You are watching the gentrification of black children off of the PWI campus. How is this relevant to Deion Sanders? The reason I'm so personally disappointed in Deion is I thought he was there for a movement, not for money. Meaning, Deion Sanders, the coach of Jackson State, I foresaw a situation where Deion would hire other coaches other retired black NFL greats to coach other HBCUs. And
I paused it a little too early. So it's a remarkable statement he has here. I think he's saying that Deion would then hire other coaches for other HBCUs. But that's not how it usually works. The HBCU has to hire the coach themselves. So
I'm gonna be negative again. I'm gonna talk from a pessimistic point of view. You're seeing that's not usually how it goes. I'm saying it never goes like that.
again, can you please repeat it?
You want to formulate it in a positive way, right? So you said that's usually not how it goes. I'm telling you, it never goes.
You're right. You're
It
right.
never takes place like that. Come on. It's like I think the question that arises, hey, so yeah, the discussion will continue later, but just one thought and then we can proceed. My question is, to what extent because he's basically ignoring what Charlemagne and DJ Envy is saying, that he did in fact say, so that Deion did in fact say that if he gets a job opportunity offered by a Power 5 team, he would entertain it. He's just ignoring that. And now basically he's stating that Deion is responsible for the movement, and that has something. So it has a tie with the U.S. Supreme Court case. It actually has nothing to do with Deion Sanders. So it's putting a lot of responsibility on one person.
On one person, yes. And that's also something that will be discussed later on in this interview. I see that Boottribe also had... Umar sounds like a lunatic. Do take...
Yeah.
You're right, Boot. You're right, Boottribe.
Take a chill pill. Yeah.
He is very a little bit too much into what he's talking about. He can be, he can.
Yeah,
take
he
it.
always speaks very passionately. I mean, whether you agree with him or not, he always speaks very passionately. But at this point, it's not to me. It's not
making any sense.
Yeah, it's incoherent what he's saying.
Another one by Boottribe. Deion has hired 5 HBCU coaches to his Colorado staff. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's how you pull the pool together. The best, you take the best with you. And we will discuss later on as well what he has left behind at JSU. And I don't think it's reasonable to say that he used the HBCU.
No.
But let's continue.
Yeah. I just want to say that, just want to say that makes sense, right? So of course if you're gonna hire anyone, it's gonna be to enforce your team, enforce your school. You're not responsible for the hiring process of other schools. It's not logical.
Technically, you want them to hire the worst people.
Exactly. So it doesn't make any sense.
For the movement, let's say for the movement, everyone has to pull each other up. One thing you can say is that by him going to JSU, he gave the swag division a bit more notoriety, or basically give him a higher platform to hire people from.
Yeah,
people are looking at swag right now as a well, maybe not anymore. Let's see what happens after this.
Yeah,
up until now, they were attracting the eyeballs at GSU.
In doing so, you attract our top tier high school athletes to come to HBCU.
Maybe.
Stay with me.
Eddie George is at Tennessee State.
Stay with me. Football and back. You know, like I know, if you got top tier NFL greats coaching HBCUs, the athletes are coming just like they was coming for Deion. He showed you, Charlemagne.
Deion, though.
He showed
Dr.
you.
Umar.
And his other one's just
Deion,
as
one of the
great.
most famous people ever.
And his other one's just as great. So listen.
Eddie George at Tennessee State.
That's one person. We talking about a system, not an individual. So Deion and
I see your reaction. I see your reaction.
Wait a minute. So now we're talking about the system, not an individual. So in Deion's case, he is responsible for the whole system. But when Charlemagne refers Dr. Umar Johnson to another coach, he say, but that's an individual. It's not the system. It's incoherent as hell.
His assistants were making 25,000. Boot. His assistants were making 25,000 at GSU. At Colorado, they will be making at least 350 a year. Yes, I think we will look into the contract, Deion's contract, in
In a while, yeah.
in a couple of minutes.
We're gonna get to the financial
Financial
aspect.
part of his
I mean, as
contract.
an assistant coach. So basically, if we extrapolate what Bootribe is saying, if Deion hired 5 HBCU coaches to his staff and then brought them to, or some of them to Colorado, didn't he help lift these people? Isn't he helping? So I'm just saying. It's just,
I'll make a bridge real quick.
yeah.
If you look at Kevin Samuels' grade for high value man, he just made 5 people
Bro.
high value men.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. It's the Kevin always pointed out that there are more aspects to that, but the 100,000, they are above the 100,000.
Yeah.
But
So Boot Tribe, do you know are these are his assistants all African American as well? Let us know if you know that, because that also plays a role, right? So
yeah.
Let's continue.
Let's continue.
These other coaches bring all these athletes from high school to play football, basketball, so forth. The revenue of the HBCU goes up.
By the way, with I think he's, before we continue, I think he's slightly wrong about this. He might be able to, they might be able to attract certain players, but the biggest problem right now is with the NIL. You might not be able to attract the great players because, let's say, if they go to a Power 5 school, they will get slight higher amount in the INL deals they get. While, and we will also show that later on, at the HBCU, the boosters or the donors are not that high. So you cannot, there is no market at that moment.
All right.
We have a response from Boot. 3 white coaches.
All right. So does Dr. Umar Johnson know that? Yeah. All right.
Let's
Cool.
continue.
Let's continue. Thanks, Butrai.
As a result of the revenue going up, Charlemagne, the schools got more money. They don't have to subject themselves to closure. They don't have to subject themselves to being dependent on white money. You got HBCUs at risk of being closed. I read something that said almost a half of them, may not survive the decade. So this was bigger than football. This was about the survival of the HBCU.
It's bigger than Deion,
especially
though, Dr. Umar.
no,
Yes,
no,
it is. I think
no. Stop trying
you're blaming an individual.
Stop trying to give celebrities a pass, Charlemagne.
No, you're blaming an individual
I'm not
instead of talking
blaming
about
him.
the issue.
I'm blaming black men for not being men.
But you know what?
I'm blaming us for
Listen.
not being men. That was an unmanly move.
Can you admit one thing?
Deion could have went down in history,
Are
brother.
HBCUs chronically underfunded?
Of course.
Were they chronically underfunded before Deion?
Yes.
Yes.
Will they be chronically underfunded after Deion?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What are those reasons that they're chronically underfunded?
We don't get
Because
back.
we as black men have not come together to create the funding source to make sure they survive. I don't want to hear about the government. We have too many wealthy blacks. Y'all interview them every
Listen,
day.
I'm with you. So you got low alumni donors,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Low endowments.
Correct.
That's a us problem.
He part of us. Why you keep exhibiting celebrities? They're not better than us.
He's one person.
Okay, but the point is that one man could have been a catalyst for a movement that would have revolutionized the survival of.
Boot, you're right. Boot, you're definitely right on this one. On the money.
Yeah, man. This is.
Why is he?
He's doubling down as well, tripling down, quadrupling down. It's like he doesn't want to hear. He's not reasoning at all.
No. But I think Charlemagne has a point. He's not. It was bad before him. And if it's not bad, if it's underfunded before him and it's underfunded after, how can one man just change everything. This is like the you're trying to make him like a savior, which he cannot do by his own. It's a
Yeah. So I think that's why. So that's why it's important. We're gonna do that in a bit in the show, guys. Oh, by the way, guys, thank you for following us. Thank you to Boot Tribe, especially for contributing to the conversation. Please, guys, like and subscribe to our channel. We really appreciate it. It really helps us with the algorithm. But just to answer your question or to react on what you just said, that's why it's important, and we're gonna do it in a bit to see what Deion actually said and promised, because you can get pushed into the savior role, or you can put yourself in the savior role. Let's say, for example, if I see someone who's hungry, and I'll tell you, don't worry, as long as we're friends, I got you. And then 2 weeks later, I'm like, yeah, I ain't got no money, man. I can't buy anything this week. It's gonna be, I put myself in the savior role. But the other way, someone can put so in that example, I put myself in the savior role. But you can it can be the other way around as well. I give someone bread once who's hungry, and he's like, okay, without you, I'm nothing. And yeah, then
making you the savior.
Yeah. So let's see who the savior
on you.
Yeah. So did Deion made himself made himself the savior, or did he let people to believe that he's a savior, or did people actually put him in that or gave him that status? We're gonna discuss it later on in the show.
Did he teach them how to fish, or did he keep feeding them?
Did he even eat fish? I'm just liking this new setup, man.
Well, obviously, you're doing that. Yeah. Let's continue.
Why does the movement stop just because he left? HBCUs gonna still be here.
You're missing the point.
No.
Yo, I need to clip that. You're missing the point.
The mission wasn't just about Frederick Douglass, but if Frederick Douglass would have pulled out, it would have hurt it. The Underground Railroad wasn't just about Harriet, but if she would have pulled out, it would have failed.
So what was the
civil rights movement wasn't just about King.
Before Deion 3 years ago, what was
they
the
were
HBCU
struggling, and he could have helped save it. And for him to pull out of Jackson State the way that he did it before making sure the HBCU system survived, to me, was selfish. He chose money over the movement, Charlemagne, and celebrities do it all the time.
Okay, I think for now this is enough.
And we got the point.
We got the point. So we will continue with Deion. So Deion was hired about 2 years ago at Jackson State, and he called it.
By the way, Kair, sorry to interrupt you. Do you know how many schools are categorized as HBCUs?
That's a good question.
It's because I'm asking because
about 100, I think, right?
Yeah, 107 at this moment.
Yes.
So it's like
I'm close.
so it's like you're saying. So according to Dr. Umar Johnson, Deion was wrong to leave before
107.
Yeah, before making sure that the HBCU, I forgot the words, the formulation he used, but basically he left too early because the right way to do it would have been to wait until the HBCU system is strong enough to survive without him. We're talking about 107 schools. Boot Tribe says 106 schools. So we're talking about over 100 schools. You're telling me that one man, so this person took a job, and as a reward, you're making him responsible for
the whole system.
He
took a job as a coach.
What did you say?
He took a job as a coach.
As a coach, yeah, exactly. Then as a football coach. Now he's putting him responsible for the whole HBCU system doesn't make any sense.
Also see that Boot Tribe also shared how many players are leaving JSU for Colorado.
Yeah, so 10 players leaving JSU for Colorado. That's a transfer portal. Yeah, we I don't know if you were here, Boot Tribe, when we discussed we talked about the video, or we showed the video where Deion told his team that he was leaving, so his players that he was leaving, and he indeed talked. He said, so it was just a general meeting, and afterwards he said, but I want to talk to certain of you individually, referring to, amongst other things, the transfer portal. But so you're saying that 10 players will be leaving GSU for Colorado. That's a good opportunity for these players as well.
And it's a bad one for those at Colorado.
Yeah. But don't tell Dr. Umar.
By the way, one thing
of this show.
So we started. He was appointed to as a head coach in September 2020, and Deion said, "God brought me to Jackson State." He was basically saying it's a match made in heaven. When they pulled up today, I said, "You know, it's gonna be God for me to leave this, leave all this." The compensation he got at JSU, he signed a contract, a 4-year contract worth $1.2 million. That included at least $120,000 annual performance incentives with an automatic extension for an 8-win season. So far, his record when he's leaving Jackson State is now 27-5. He has one more game next week. Let's see if he can make it 28 and leave with a bowl. Other things that are included into that contract is that he receives $25,000 for each win over FBS. Sorry, he gets $10,000 for a SWAC division title.
$10,000. $10,000 for winning the SWAC as an incentive for winning the SWAC division title.
SWAC division title as an incentive, yeah. Okay. He was also going to receive $30,000 if he wins the conference championship. And last but not least, if he wins the Celebration Bowl, he'll receive $50,000. So he's up for next week. He's in the Celebration Bowl for next week, so he might pull one off at the last moment. He was also supposed to receive a part of the ticket sales.
The proceeds.
Proceeds, yes. And he discussed this hypothetically, but I think people were doubting whether he was talking about a hypothetical situation or he was talking about the JSU situation in the interview with EarnYourLeisure, which we are going to look into later on. So basically, you can already see that only by winning, if I go back to the Colorado contract, a little bit up, only by winning the national championship, which is a stretch, you will earn 2 years worth of salary. Oh, even worse. If he wins 6 games, he already has half of his year's salary earned. So it's quite a big jump for him financially. But then again, it's Deion. He made a lot of money before this. So it's not like it's a must for him. Before JSU, it was rumored that he would go to FSU. So you can say, was it actually his goal to go to the HBCU? Maybe not. Let's see what he says about this when the rumors were discussed in a show in 2020. This was in January of 2020.
I want you to be the face as the head coach of that franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you really want to coach Florida State?
Yes. I'm going to be a head coach of college football next year.
Where?
Somewhere. I'm not definite. I'm not assured that I am.
Why did Florida State not work out?
Several reasons. It got interesting. It was interesting.
I got time.
I said that earlier. I
got time.
Yeah. It was another school as well that we went past second interview. And this is a desire. This is something that is my calling. I'm going to coach college football. Head coach, not coach. Head coach.
Do you have a deal in place right now?
No, I'm not going to say that. But I'm going to be a coach.
But do you know where?
No.
Okay. But you're open to going in?
I could nowhere, but but I'm open. I'm open. It has to fit me. I have to fit them. They have to understand I come with some stuff. I come with not luggage, but I come with I want to win. I want to do it a certain way.
What if the U called? Would you?
You know what? It's so funny because I saw that when I was watching on television. My son is a phenomenal quarterback. My youngest son, he has a plethora of offers. We're going to visit the U Saturday.
But would you coach the U?
You never know.
If you could.
Why not?
Are you a package deal with your son?
No. I've never been a package deal with anybody. Been a heck of a package. I've been a heck of a package. And I had some heck of a deals, but never not together.
So I'm intrigued with this as a head coach.
Yeah, I am.
What kind of offense are you going to run?
Wide open offense, but versatile.
So it's already, Jackson said, might not have been his first choice.
Well, it seems like his goal was to be a head coach at a college. So that was his goal.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything about HBCU or he's just referring to being a coach, a head coach at that.
Yeah.
So that was his initial desire. That was his want.
And once he has reached a agreement with FSU,
JSU?
he had
JSU?
JSU, jeez. Yeah, GSU, not FSU.
Was you breaking
FSU
your
didn't want him. FSU didn't want him.
Yeah.
He got the contract, and as Charlemagne pointed out earlier, he mentioned in the 60-minute interview that he was open to move to a bigger school, or bigger university or college, if there is the opportunity, or he's open to entertaining the idea.
Yeah.
This is the fragment
out at Jackson State as the program grows on par with those of the Power Five. The reality, it may not be long before he takes his gold whistle to a school that doesn't need to beg for resources.
What happens when a Power Five school says, give us a number, we'll make it work?
I'm going to have to entertain it.
You are?
Yes, I'm going to have to entertain it. Straight up. Well, I'd be a fool not to.
Sanders says he needs to look after his assistants, who are wildly underpaid by college football standards.
What's up, babe?
Sanders has ruled out one bigger leap.
You don't want to coach in the NFL?
Not one bit.
Why not?
It's hard for me to coach a person that makes a lot of money that does not truly love the game that blessed me. And I don't want to go to jail.
You're going to jail for?
Because I'm going to jump on somebody. I will come out at halftime with half the team. We'll go in, and half the team will come back out at halftime.
You let the guys dogging it. It's that
I
offensive
couldn't
to
do
you.
it. I just challenged a walk on. I said, dude, you're a walk on. You're supposed to be trying to get my attention, and you chilling? I said, you're going to be a walk off if you do that one more time. Not a walk on. You're going to be a walk off.
What?
So, tell me, RJ.
Yeah, it was straight up, right? He didn't beat around the bush. I remember when Carmelo Anthony was playing with what was his? I think it was the Nuggets, right? Was his original team, and then came rumors that he was about to be. So he wanted out. He didn't want to stay in Denver, and every time, Colorado. So every time they told him, the reporters asked him, "Hey, are you gonna stay?" Man, I'm just here to play the game, man. I love this game, man. So are you leaving? Man, I don't know. Man. I'm just my teammates are important. So and Deion Sanders, he didn't budge. It was like straight. Yeah, I'm gonna entertain the idea if an offer presents itself, because I would be foolish not to.
It makes total sense.
Of course,
he wants to compete.
Yeah, and I think it was this video, right? So we're gonna watch it, but it says that I think he said that he wants to also help his staff or his coaches or something
earlier,
who are heavily underpaid.
Yeah.
So let's continue.
I think Boot already pointed it out. They were getting 25,000.
Yeah,
a year.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not enough. So they're probably working 2 jobs.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta love the game to do that. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So that is maybe a plus side, an upside for Deion, because if you're doing it for 25K, you might really, love the sport. And then Deion can work with that. But if you get someone that is making 25 million, whatever amount,
or 500,000,
yeah, was just comfortable, might not have that same love for the game and incentive. So, okay.
So yeah, we covered the first part of the criticism. Was he open on being willing to entertain the idea of moving to a Power 5 school or a bigger school with better facilities? The answer is yes. So he didn't sell out the kids, or he didn't sell them a dream.
Yeah, he didn't.
Last year, the Jackson State story was being called the best story in college football. Deion was recruiting top-ranked players like it was nothing. People were flocking towards him, and you could see it in the games. They were way too good for most of the team in the SWAC. So he increased the team's value, or the school's value. More sponsors, more endorsements. That should bring a lot of money for the school. What also happened is he donated half of his salary for the renovation, or at least to finish the renovation of the JSU facility.
Something to be commended.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't earning
that much,
and he was still giving back to the school.
It wasn't about the money.
No, it wasn't.
At JSU. What was it about? We'll talk about it later. So JSU's facility improved after him coming to the school. So that's already a plus for the program. Basically upgrading, being better than others in the division. So you already moved JSU from a average school in swag to one of the top tier in the division, facility wise, but also in games. Deion also said that he wanted to restore HBCU football. He wanted to do that by reviving Jackson State football to national relevance. Basically trying to take that team to a national platform. Maybe moving divisions. He definitely thought about that. We will talk about that later. But he was trying to make JSU a household name. Not just one of the HBCUs. He also brought other endorsements, sponsors. Under Armour became the official team apparel. Main apparel provider. Or only one, probably. He also tried to change the mindset of the team, trying to improve how business is being done, trying to teach them how to fish, and not only. By the way, did I just froze? Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, so trying to change the mindset, more of a business mindset to the school. He also wanted to help others in the swag division to improve their facilities. Basically, by bringing more eyeballs, he wanted to bring more money to each program. And by doing that, also more money can be reinvested into each program. Because if you compare this, RJ, this is one of the swag home fields. Have you seen the Boulder
stadium?
Yeah, did you see that?
No, I haven't. Some minor differences here and there.
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Here and there, some changes.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
It's a big difference we're talking about.
Yeah.
And this is the average, probably the average which we'll see in. Let me go back to the HBCUs. Where is that? This is what you averagely will see in the HBCUs sometimes. Oh, so by the way, this is the training facility. Not bad. But also, that could all improve Jackson State marketing value increased by 19 million just by him being there and trying to improve the situation. But there were also things going bad. Already in the first game, he coached for the JSU. The belongings of Deion Sanders were stolen from the locker room at the very first game he coached. That's the entrance right there.
Welcome, welcome, coach.
Welcome, coach. Let me lift you.
Let me raise you by making your pockets lighter.
Hey, you gotta share, coach. You gotta share.
Yeah.
At the end, it was so it was revealed that someone said it was miscommunication in what was happening, and that the stuff were found, or at least had it secured. And Coach Prime responded to that. No, it was stolen, but they got it back. It was stolen out of my personal bag in my office, and my assistant caught the gentleman in the process of stealing. But she was alone.
In other words, she couldn't stop him. That's what, yeah.
No miscommunication, my man, at all. So they saw who did it.
Yeah.
At the very first game, guy. This is not a very good way to start the partnership or the coaching.
Definitely.
It was the first time, but it wasn't the last time. His boombox was stolen from his car. This was the boombox. They broke into his car and stole the boombox. It was also returned, but this is already something that's, again, he had to plead to bring it back.
Yeah. So on the image you're showing, there's a flag. It's a beautiful flag. In God we trust. It says it's pink, yellow, and blue with a lot of stars.
Mm-hmm.
But in the case of Deion Sanders, after the boombox was stolen, he could only see a red flag. Time to get up.
He was trying to do his best, and this happened. Let me see if I can see the date. This happened last year, January. Apparently, that wasn't the only thing that's being stolen. Rumors were shared on Twitter that in his contract, he would get parts of the ticket sales, a percentage. That didn't happen the whole time. The ticket sales got missing. Deion, the football team, nor the staff saw any of that money. There was a lucrative TV deal in place that Deion wanted to get, but the university did not. Deion, with his own money, built a new locker room and tennis courts. All the new designs, Deion's pockets. The new player lounge, Deion. He also used his own money to feed his players. All the fancy meals you saw the players eating, Deion. When JSU went to the Celebration Bowl last year, the school didn't give any money back to the athletics because you get money when you reach the Celebration Bowl. Deion used a lot of his personal money to fund numerous things around campus. The university did not help. The president wanted his name in the headlines as much as Deion. Deion wanted to coach the Celebration Bowl this year. GSU president said no. And the Celebration Bowl is sold out.
So basically, the president wasn't doing anything, but he wanted the credit.
He wants all the credits.
He wanted the credit. He wanted to be credited for being the one who
made it all possible.
No. It's a good
What?
guess, was no.
Ah.
No. To trick Deion into signing. No, man. It's like, I did it. I'm the one. Hey, this is me, guys. I'm the one tricking. I'm the one getting Deion to pay for things, and me, and I want to take all the credit. No, but all jokes aside, Deion, I mean, we're not done yet. But Deion appears like Deion is doing a lot. Has done a lot for the school.
Has done a lot. And apparently there was a last moment offer by GSU. $1 million for him to stay.
So they had the money. Probably the money from the ticket proceeds that didn't pay him.
Yo, the game is tough. But there is one but, RJ.
Tell me.
Out of that 1 million, he has to also pay his staff.
No. Yeah. So it's not actually for him.
No, it's for your team.
Yeah.
Here's $1 million for you and your team.
Yeah.
So we will look now into an interview Deion had with EarnYourLeisure. And he talks about different stuff, very relevant stuff about this topic, relating to how the business is being done in the HBCUs. Let's look at the first clip.
But what do you do to gain money, to get endorsements, to get sponsorships when you know there's a lack of boosters coming in to give money to the program?
You got to ball out. You got to ball out, and you got to be so recognizable, so different. You got to be so passionate and so alluring and attractive that your aura and your je ne sais quoi, you have that attractability. But that's hard because there ain't no light. See, the only reason we're showing us right now because it's light and there's cameras. But if it ain't no light and ain't no cameras, how you gonna be seen or heard or noticed? So thank God we're doing what we're doing, and you're giving me this wonderful platform because now we're consistently shedding light. But if it ain't no light, you ain't gonna be seen. If it ain't no mic, you ain't gonna be heard. And that's one of the problems that we have with HBCUs. And we just got to do better, man.
Yeah, I wonder, did you come in here with the intent, let me shine light? Because I'm sure, obviously, your high school record was incredible, right? With True Sports, you had 4 state titles. I don't want to get any 4 state titles, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm sure that there was other offers throughout the country.
True that.
But you came here.
I came here because God called me collect, and I accepted the charges. So
a bar.
This guy drops bars the whole day, man. He just talks like this, huh?
He talks like this. This is Coach Prime, man.
Yeah.
God, let me rewind that one because that one was a great one.
You came here.
I came here because God called me collect, and I accepted the charges. So
it's pretty dope.
With HBCUs, you got to perfect before you package. Everybody want to package and they ain't perfected. So then everybody find out your flaws in that light, and then they don't come back. We hollering, we want bigger deals, we want to be on TV. How we want a bigger deals, won't be on TV, and ain't nobody in the stands? How? Ain't no names on the back of the jerseys.
Good point.
Business.
Yeah.
Business mindset.
Yeah.
I do remember when he went to JSU, he's right about that. They didn't have no names behind on the jerseys. and he pleaded for names behind the jerseys.
What were they called? Number 2, 4, 5, 6, 3.
Yeah, who cares?
Generous. Yo.
They are cannon fodder. You said send them on the field.
Yeah, it's like 2, 4, 5, 6, 5.
Yeah. So he's basically pleading to be better, do better business, package it right. Don't just talk about trying to sell something. Try to develop what you're selling, so it's attractive for the people who's watching. How can you broadcast the game and the stands are empty? Basics, business.
The whole thing is just chaotic. We got to bring solvency, and we got to bring unity when we try to do those things that we desire to do, and that shed light on everything. Because some folks ain't ready for the light, man. You know, when I was like 7, 8 years old, man, we had roaches like crazy. You come home late at night and turn on that light, yeah. They scatter.
Yeah.
We don't need to scatter as an HBCU. We got to be ready. So we're not ready right now. We're getting there, but right now, we're in that stage where you poke the holes in the pot pie and let that thing cool off a little bit. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
We got to poke the holes and let it cool a little bit.
So let me ask you this: as far as social media, I think that.
So I think he's trying to point out that the HBCUs, like you said, they are not ready. They are getting there. He's part of improving that mindset.
Yeah.
Any comments, RJ?
No comments.
Okay. So he also talks about utilizing social media to balance the budgets versus the bigger schools and how they do that.
Any other college or even other sports, professional sports team utilize social media the way
we have no budget for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have no budget. If you understood what and I know you're gonna do your homework and put it on the screen for me, please. Understand what a Power 5.
These are the numbers Power 5 are working with. 60 million Alabama. Florida State 49, almost 50. Auburn 43. Ohio State 42.99. Michigan 41.1. Clemson almost 41. So it's a lot of money they are working with.
Yeah.
A lot of marketing budget, a big marketing budget you can take out of that.
Recruiting budget and just an overall budget for football and what our budget is. You're gonna laugh your butt off. So when we do these type of things, it's all recruiting for us. This is how we recruit. So when we show you the pregame speeches, the postgame on the field, practice and playing the music, and this is bringing Dolph's whole clique in, you know, the paper route boy. When we doing all that, man, that's recruiting for us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's free. It's free.
Exactly.
And that's the way we compete.
Yeah. And
Plus the youngsters right there, they write down their phone.
Yeah.
When you look at the social engagement, some of them Power 5 schools, Jackson State,
they can't touch us.
It's not even close.
Right.
Even with their budgets.
Even Alabama has, I think, 1.3 million followers or whatever. We're not close to that, but with me and Jackson State, we got them.
Yeah.
So it ain't a school in the nation that can touch us because of the coach's influence.
So that I'm glad you said that. That's exactly where I wanted to go, because I'm thinking to myself,
So they are utilizing new ways to balance the skill to get those big recruits.
Yeah.
The number ones. It's not easy to fight or to get the best players if your budget, you cannot be hurt like a Alabama. You will not be seen like Alabama. Alabama is all weekly on TV. When you hear Alabama, you already know it's a great school to go.
Good energy.
Great energy, yes. One of the legends coaching.
Where I wanted to go, because I'm thinking to myself, most coaches promote themselves, not their programs or something. Right? When you ever see them do an ad with a brand, it's usually for the brand, and it's like, I'm the person, I'm the personality. But every time you endorse, it's you and it's Jackson State. And so there was another HBCU grad, Michael Strahan, who had Smack Entertainment.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm wondering, like, again, just having the mindset to say, all right, y'all gonna promote me, I'm gonna promote everything that I have going on.
Right.
This being one of the most important things. Was that the strategy?
100%, and it don't stop. It's almost like anybody I get into bed and partner with got to get into bed with my people too. So everybody I have a deal with has blessed Jackson State in some capacity, because that comes along with the territory. If you're gonna get down with me, you're gonna get down with what I'm down with. And the kids love it. I mean, the kids 100% love it, and we're able to bring CEOs and Zoom a guy like Strahan in on our morning meetings and let him talk and communicate with these youngsters that have only seen him on television. Although they seen him on the screen, that he's there. He's going to be to the homecoming game. They've met Snoop. I mean, everybody you could think of had Young Jeezy. Everybody you could think of have rolled through, man. And I love it, because oftentimes at HBCUs, they only hear about success stories. They never get to see them live and in person.
So speaking of HBCU.
So he's trying to add value to the players' lives as well, and to the program.
Yeah. So again, to the question you asked, and this is not the conclusion yet because we haven't finished with all the videos, but it's to my point, right? So the question, did he did it for the money? Is he leaving for the money? It's only for the money. I mean, based on what we've seen thus far, not only was he straightforward from the beginning about his intentions, but he also literally put his money where his mouth was. And did a lot of things in favor of the school, Jackson State. So it's definitely something to be respected, something to be commended. Or at least he should be commended for it. Because
sorry, guys.
Yeah. So I think that we can proceed with the video.
Missed what you say, but I think it's probably very interesting.
Yeah, well, I can repeat it if you want, because it was pretty interesting. I have to say, I'm really loving this setup, man. So, so basically, what I said was that he put it. Deion put his money where his mouth is, and he showed not only did he accept a job that didn't pay well, that was basically underpaid. His staff was underpaid, but he also put his money where his mouth was. Literally. So that's, and to your point, he had a vision. His vision was greater than just football. It wasn't only football. He did want to make a change.
Yeah.
If he was only focused on football, he wouldn't have invested in, tennis court and those type of things. He would have just focused on himself, but he didn't do that.
Trying to extract, he would be only extract, not adding.
Yeah. He added value.
He added value.
Yeah.
Big difference right here.
Yeah. Kair, while we proceed, check your message. Sent you a message. But let's continue.
You send me a message?
Yeah. Or you continue with the video while we...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I am.
Yeah.
But it has nothing to do with what is happening, actually.
Okay.
The audio just was... anyway. Let's pause this after the show.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, so he's adding value, and he's also talking about how HBCUs can get there. I hope you guys can hear this.
HBCUs aren't ready yet.
Right.
And we see, of course, what you're doing, Jackson State. Howard, I think they just got a Jordan.
Yep, Jordan Brand. Yep.
So, but how do they get? Because like you said, the budget is always going to be in the favor of the power schools. Whereas Texas, they have their own network.
But did you guys say why? Somebody sooner or later got to say why.
So how do we change it? How do we get the HBCUs ready?
First of all, we got to get our business straight. We got to get the business straight. When I say the business straight, I could start from ticket sales all the way to concessions, to apparel, to understanding TV rights. And I could keep going down the list that you got to get this stuff together before you think God is going to bless you. God don't bless nothing that's raggedy, because that's going to be self-destruction. Only way God is going to bless you is you ready for blessing. He's not going to put something on you that you can't carry and you can't handle. And we're just now getting to the point that we could handle the blessings that he has for us. When I first got here, no, we couldn't. And I'm not just saying it just because of me, but no, we couldn't, because we were raggedy. And it was no structure, no order. I mean, you go out there and
remember that one. There was no structure and there was no order.
No order. Yeah.
kids thought they would go on the field with this on, this on that. No. We wear black socks. We wear this, we wear that. We're a uniform team. You know why? Because in the NFL, if you don't have on this type of uniform in the game, you get fined. First fine is $3,500, then $7,500, then $15,000, then it goes all the way up. The kids don't know about that. I said, you know what? You want to wear your shirt out? If you do it in the NFL, guess what? This is what that is. Now, all those kids you see on television with the shirts out, see, they got grandma or auntie saying, you know, can I hold some? And they saying no, but they just gave away $15,000 just to kick it. And that's idiotic to me. They don't understand it until it's over. When they see home start to come closer, then you start thinking about, man, I had $250,000 worth of fines in my career over foolishness, just trying to stunt.
I'm thinking to myself, that was one of the things I loved about you, was like, you kind of did have it tucked in. You had the chains on sometimes. I'm like, I wonder if he was
never broke rules. And the guy who established them, I made sure I got straight with him. I said, I'm gonna push the envelope a little bit now. Okay. So if I had my gloves and I had them open, cool, no rule break. But when I had the ones with the prime and the timeout like that, they say, okay, you couldn't wear them. So now I made the gloves with no clasps. Okay. The socks were a certain way, you know, but it was always uniform. I've never did nothing out of character and out of order for the NFL. I just look good in my unit.
If you think about it, earlier we showed the video of Colorado University. There is a structure, there is an order, there are facilities that can help the guys, that can help with recruiting as well, but also performance. He had to bring that all to Jacksonville to lift the program up to a level that gives them the ability to compete within the SWAC division, but also when they're playing other divisions. He also tried to collaborate with others in the HBCU group of colleges.
Saying, how important is it to collaborate with other teams in the SWAC, other HBCUs to kind of...
You mean the coaches?
Yeah, share information, share resources. Okay.
I've got several of the coaches on the Zoom call and say, let's talk about our biggest nemesis or detractors or cancers. And we just talked about it. And ironically, everybody's dealing with the same foolishness, but people just don't talk about it. But this is the problem. I could say stuff. Coach George could say stuff. Coach Hugh Jackson could say stuff. You know, you got NFL type guys, excuse me. But some guys that don't have that, they can't elaborate and talk about the dysfunction that they're dealing with because they're subject to be fired. And when we do it, you may not like it, but I'm not lying. So if I'm saying, how we gonna be on TV? You don't even sell out a darn home game. So who gonna go want to film an empty stadium? They may not like it, but I ain't lying. How can we have 60,000 people in a darn stadium? You talking about we sold out, and I checked the receipts and we done sold 28,000 tickets. Now y'all better find out who's stealing because that affects my pocket. You may not.
Yo.
The question is he talking about JSU or is it a hypothetical?
I don't think it's hypothetical. I don't know what you think, but I don't think it's hypothetical at all. It was lit down there, man. It was lit.
Let's continue.
I like it, but I ain't lying. So it's a lot of stuff like that. And it's more that goes on that we got to address. And I just have the audacity to address it because it's for the kids. It's for the kids.
Yeah, when I hear you speak, I mean, obviously you represent Jackson State, but you're speaking for the entire conference.
That's it.
I think you were critical of Grambling, and you were saying like, look, this. I think the word was pathetic. Like their attendance.
You right down the street.
You should right. So like
you're right down the street, and this is your biggest game of the season. Okay, I know you get down with Southern in the classic. You know, I know y'all can't wait to party for these classics, and I get sick of that. These classics that ain't nobody making no money. But
we want to go there. I want to go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you right down the street. This is your biggest game. Like we the dogs. Like we the ones you want to get, and you don't come to support that. And your coach has already sounded off. And I was really having his back. He's already sounded off about your attendance and your participation. And you didn't come for this. And then when we get up on you three, I know you said the heat and all that. It was hot. Folks is falling out. The heat was on our side too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was back.
It wasn't just on one side of the stadium that the heat was just on their side. No, when we got up by a few touchdowns, the heat got hot. Because when it was tight, everybody was there and cheering and scared. Like it was the church. Yeah, but when we hit that gear, it got hot.
Yeah, 66 points later.
It got hot up in there. Got hot up in there. Yeah, but all those people who really dealt with the heat exhaustion, I pray for them. I really do, because it happened on both sides.
Now I was gonna say.
So he's talking here about the mindset as well. He's trying to not only add value business-wise, but also trying to change the mindset of the HBCUs and the people in attendance.
About that is that you are the leader of the SWAC right now. And so when
we are the leader.
You are, yeah, we are the leader of the SWAC.
JSU.
So well, you went to a bowl game last year.
Cool.
And so when bowl.
Yeah, you see, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say about the savior, right? You put yourself in the position or they put you. So they said, you are the leader. And he's like, nah, man. We are the leader.
Spin it back.
Spin it back. Yeah.
Let's see.
That is that you are the leader of the SWAC right now. And so when
we are the leader.
You are.
Yeah.
Well, you went to a bowl game last year.
Cool.
And so when when bowls get paid out, they're paid out for the school, or is there a part of that goes to the conference as well? How does that work?
You good. You good. It's paid to the schools. Both schools get a a sum of money. My question was, if we went out there and we the ones did that, why are we splitting something? That we did that. The football program did that. The school didn't do that. The football program did that. So those are my questions as well as concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see that. How is that regulated and dispensed?
Right.
Dispersed, rather.
That's the key word. Because again, and I heard you speak about it, like the guys in that locker room are the ones putting their lives on the line.
True that.
They're risking their health and safety. Obviously, if something's coming back to the school, majority of it should be for the people who
at least show me the percentage.
Okay.
And I'm fair. Show me the percentage. And I know we have some things that we need to address amongst the school, but we did this, man. Let's take care of us and the things that we have, shortcomings that we have right now, and then we'll deal with the school needs.
So you
So he's talking about here going to the Celebration Bowl, getting the money for participating in the Celebration Bowl. And what he's pointing out is that the school, instead of reinvesting within their facilities, they took the money and tried to, who knows what they did with it, reinvested other places. What do you think, AJ?
If you would invest in other places with more money?
Well, about this whole part. So basically, does he have a point regarding the fact that the school should reinvest in school in the program before they reinvest in the school, or do whatever else they do with the money?
Well, that's a good question, and I think you have a moral/ethical side to it, and you have the business side to it. The program is part of the school, but I would say the school has priority above the program. That being said, that's the ethical part, right? So if you have the money, then you need to generate income. You need to try to at least divide it as good as possible. Now, the business side, KR. Feed the beast. If the program, we talked about, so we just saw how many things Deion did, how many influence he had on a lot of things. So what would be the right thing to do? The smart thing to do, the business thing to do, feed the beast. Because if you put $1 in and you get 5, you need to put $10 in so you can get 50. But if you put $1 in, you get 5, and you take the 4 and throw it somewhere else and put another $1 in, you're gonna get another $5.
Or did they expect Deion to continuously fork up?
Well, what's the word? What's the word used in contracts with rappers and comedians? Dave Chappelle's contract, they added that as well. You know what the word is?
I have no idea. Tell me.
In perpetuity. They probably thought, no, man, the Deion already took money out of his own pocket to finance things for the school. Let's
do it again.
Yeah. And to be honest, sometimes, I mean, this world, my conclusion is that in this world, you need to watch out. You need to look out for you. So you always try to be, I really believe in the idea of being a contributing member to society, but it shouldn't go to your expense. So giving you should, if you have money to give, then you give, but you need to have money to give. You don't give money that you need. So what I've noticed is when you give, it's like the saying goes, right? You teach a man how to fish instead of giving him the fish. If you keep giving, so what Deion did was he kept giving Jackson State the money. He never taught them how to fish. And even when he suggested them, hey guys, maybe you should go there and fish. Hey guys, maybe you should invest more in the program so we keep growing more, so you can get more money. They said, nah, man, we're good. We've been doing this for a while like this. What happens? You don't grow. And consequently, I can imagine Deion thinking to himself, well, I'm offering so many things up for something that I believe is good, and not getting anything in return. Not getting the same investment. It seems like I'm more invested in you than you are invested in yourself. It's time to go.
Not only that, I think you're on point with that. It's also a difference, a big difference, and I know it's a big difference in vision. What is the vision he has, and what is the vision JSU has? It's totally different. He can see where he can see the potential. Well, the question is, does the school see the potential?
Yeah.
Or do they want to write the cash cow out until the well runs dry?
That's a very... I don't know what to do with that analogy.
You don't have to do anything with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
That's two things together, but
I
doesn't make
think it was three, man. I think you said about the cow.
A cow, cash cow, and then some way I
the well dry. What is this guy rambling like Dr. Umar Johnson? Yo. Shots fired. Oh man, that's yeah, but yes, it's to your point. Just like let's say you're an employer and you have an employee, you see so much potential, you want to invest in that person. If the person is not interested in to grow, he's good where he is, then why would you break your back trying to help him? So yeah.
By the way, it's not my internet that's doing this. I already know what is going on.
What's going on there? All right, we're gonna talk about it later. Yeah, cool. Hey guys, thank you for everyone who's tuning in. Before we proceed, remember to like the video. Really helps us with the algorithm, and please subscribe as well. And of course, do not hesitate to share your thoughts and opinion on this matter with us just by sharing your thoughts and opinions in the chat. We really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Yeah, let us know. Is Deion a sellout? Do you think he's a sellout? Do you think he's not a sellout so far? But let's continue.
Yeah.
Made history last year. You got the #1 player in the country, Travis Hunter. And, that's obviously something that I don't think has ever been done before at HBCU to get the #1 player. So it's always been talked about, but you actually was able to do it. How was that conversation with his family? How were you able to convince him to come into Jackson State was a better choice than going to any other school that he could have went to?
We didn't have to really convince Travis to come to Jackson State. We just really had to show Travis the way and show him the light. The mistake that the other schools made was to allow Travis to come to a homecoming. You don't want to let a top recruit come to a HBCU homecoming. No, that's just like coming to a carnival, a fair, a wonderful
gathering.
A wonderful gathering of a family reunion. Yeah. So, and we have some of the same things in common. Travis like the fish. I love the fish. The kid studied my life, and thank God, because he knows me like a book, and I felt like I knew him. So when we got down and really started to talk about things in this game and what he wanted to accomplish in this game, it's like, I'm your navigational system. Everything you talked about, I've done. Let's go. It wasn't no begging, no pleading, no strong arming, no payday. Travis' mother is a wonderful spiritual woman as well, and she got it. I mean, she got it. She's like, my baby coming here. Yeah, that's what it is. And that's really how it went down. It wasn't no tooth pulling. Wasn't nothing like that. He wanted to be here, and we made it possible for him to be here.
Well, I'm sure a lot of players, I mean, what better to learn from than the best? That's an advantage that I don't think anybody else really has. So I'm sure that's very good for recruiting. If they're looking to take their career to the next level, they can learn from the best that's ever did it.
Yeah. Not only on the field, but off the field and in life. So Travis watches everything, man. Like, you can't do nothing without him. We were sitting in the training room together today, just sitting on the table, and I was going over my foot, and he was doing his ankle. I said, you know what, dog? You give me your left leg, and I give you my right. And we a whole dog.
So it's the nickname.
I think you should let. I think you paused it. You paused it. I think you should. No, you should have paused it just a bit earlier or later, because it
name is Baby Prime.
Because it seemingly stopped at Nick. I was like, yo. So I turned like, nah, these guys don't speak. Yeah, they gotta deal with it.
I'm not gonna say that. But
Shout out to Earn Your Leisure, by the way.
Again?
I said shout out to Earn Your Leisure. They make good content. Very
Great
good
content. I mean, this interview is very insightful about this whole situation.
Yeah.
Great
And
questions.
Yeah, the interview is good and their movement is good as well. So they really, I follow them, not religiously, but I do follow their moves. I think they did a good job making it, let's say, cool to be financially literate, to understand, making moves, smart moves. So definitely a good channel with good content, positive content. So guys, please check them out as well.
And that's a good thing. They don't promote chains hanging from your neck like every rapper does.
Yeah, and Deion did as well, right? But yeah, no, but it's it's much more than that. It's just the positive influence, the positive effect that their content has. They have like Market Mondays. Market Mondays is what it's called, where they talk about the different stocks, developments in the stock market, etc. So definitely goes more than just and so it's just more than just finance. It's more about lifestyle, and they do receive props from legitimate people as well. So they even entered into a partnership with Steve Harvey recently. So
okay.
Yeah, just a shout out.
Good. Let's continue with the JSU and Prime. Basically, he talked about how he recruits people, how he wants to run the program, how he wants to structure everything. But the question is also, how is he going to do it in the future? Should JSU stay in swag, or is he going to move them someplace else?
Let me ask you this: as far as the conferences, we see some things that make absolutely no sense when conferences, like schools on the West Coast and the Big East, and Big Ten has 13 schools.
It's because they get paid.
Yeah. So, but I say that to say everything is derived around football, and the conferences is just going crazy.
No, they ain't. They're going money. They're going business.
So I say that to say, is there ever any way possible that you foresee Jackson State being in a power conference at some point in time?
I would like to see that when we're ready. We got to be ready. Now, when you start jumping conferences, and I don't want to just jump to no baby conference. If I'm going to jump, let's bungee jump. Let's do the doggone thing, okay? So I got to get the Travises. I got to get Travises there too, okay, up front, on both sides, offensive, defensive line, with some depth, because that's how the big boys will get you now. They can't mess with you on the skill position because we got a quarterback that can spin it. We got receivers that can go, DBs that can go, linebackers that can bang and cover. Where they get you is right here in the trenches. Because now when they rotate. Yeah. And they got 8 heat-seeking missiles coming, and you may have 4. So sooner or later, you're going to wear down. So you got to beef that up if you want to compete with the big boys.
But you would like that or be open to it?
I want that.
Yeah, I mean,
I want that.
What conference would you want to be in?
I know
it don't matter. A conference that is going to
SEC
make sure that we don't have a struggle no more. Because everything is a struggle. Everything is not enough. Everything is less than. Everything is like thereof. It's going to be a conference that can put the whole school on, that we straight.
SEC would be big. It could be Big 12 too. I mean, if it's in that SEC is like
SEC is the biggest.
This is the biggest. And it's
But
tough.
you gotta understand, when you start talking like that, you gotta answer with a housing.
And so that was.
So you got stadiums. You gotta have all the facilities.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody. Come on, man.
Yeah, I want to get to the facilities, but I want to talk.
SEC coming here like this.
You said playing the big boys, and I know one of the things you touched.
So it's basically what he's trying to say is that in order to become better, you'll have to, well, in order to move to a conference, you have to level up.
Yeah. Because you don't want to become a joke eater, right? Nope. You want to get there and prove that you belong with the big dogs. It's very important.
Do you think that if he would have stayed, how long would it have taken him to reach that?
You know, I think it's difficult for me to answer. I think that you need to take into account the level of competition they face. You know, if a coach can come in and get you 2 SWAC titles in 3 years, says something about the competition as well, not only the coach. So. And these are not athletes. These are not professional athletes. These are student athletes, which means that they are there for a limited time, for a finite time, right? Probably 4 years. So if the competition isn't strong, then I don't see them becoming strong enough to be able to compete on that level. If you go look at the D1, so Division 1 teams, there's a reason why certain teams have a, let's say, record of being at the top. They have pedigree, they have experience, they have things that let's say a new school or a D2 or D3 league,
something that kind of
doesn't have. And so it's for you to get to, let's say, to jump conferences the way Deion wanted to do it, which was quantum leaping, basically. It's difficult. I don't see that. I think it would have taken them years to actually be able to do that. Because remember, you're also, let's say you have a prodigy now. In 4 years, he's not there anymore. So you would need to rely on other people, other prodigies to also choose your school. I don't see it happening. At least I didn't see it happening, let's say in 5 or 10 years, right? Or maybe 10 years, so minimum 10 years.
Might be right. 4 years is a lot, by the way. Probably it's going to be 2.
For what? Yeah. Therefore, yeah.
No, not a lot of seniors going to the draft.
Yeah, that's true. But the other, on the other side, if you're not playing at a school where there's a chance of you to get drafted,
You're right. You might not be drafted earlier. You're right.
So you just stay 4 years. I mean, even stay 5 years. So it's a different kind of environment that they're in. Yeah.
There should be slight improvement in my connection now.
Let's see.
Let's see. Yeah, so we talked about the conference. Where is he going? What is his goal? How is he going to do it? And he's going to share slightly what his idea is of his vision towards games and doing better business.
Touched on recently was the money games.
True.
And the disparities in that. Can you elaborate and explain to people? Because when we see let's pick a random school. Let's say you guys play Alabama.
So you just saw Alabama State,
right? Alabama
play
State
against UCLA,
right?
Okay,
big dog.
I don't mind that, but tell the kids what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing for money. I'm playing so that we can pay for this, pay for this. Don't act like you got a chance, because you know you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you playing for money, do real business. So you getting 500,000 or 590,000, whatever was reported.
Mm-hmm.
Won't you call and check and see how much a charter flight is? 2 charters, because you got one for the team and one for the band. Okay, going to California. Now you got hotels and all that, all those accommodations, and probably 2 nights of food and all that. There's probably 6 meals. That's going to be an upward of 700, 800 to $1 million. But you're getting 590. So you took a L and took a L.
Going and getting beat down.
Literally.
Yeah. So
to me, if I put my kids in a situation where there's no win and is detrimental to their health, I'm selling them out. We big on that terminology in African Americans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting you in a situation where I know you're not going to win, and I'm not even getting handsomely compensated for it. That's the problem. But you have the same situation when another school goes to Nebraska and play, and they get 1.4, 1.7. Another school goes to Penn State or go to one of these other schools, and they get 1.5, or they get 1.3. They're doing better business.
Right.
To me, isn't the value not in the school that could beat me? It's in the school that I'm going to beat. Because I really just played a setup game just to beat you, right? If I'm paying you, that means I need to whoop you.
Yeah.
Right? When a boxer pays another boxer, they paying him.
Watch this one.
The what? Whooping. Mayweather ain't gonna pay you if his purse is 20 million and he paying you 15 million. No, he's gonna pay you significantly less because he know he gonna whoop you.
Yeah.
It don't make sense to me, man. The numbers just don't add up to me. Yeah. That's a problem for me.
So who negotiates that from the?
It has to be the AD.
The AD does it.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, because I remember when I used to play basketball, and I remember used to see like Coppin State. They used to always the first 15 games was on the road. They play Ohio State, Michigan,
beat downs. Pockets fat though.
Like, start the season off like 0-10, 0-12.
So say the SEC has that 1 week every year. They're like, this is Cupcake City. Why are you playing UCL Monroe?
Because it's a pay game for them.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you get compensated enough. It's not worth my kids getting hurt. Then I got to go and talk them. You know what? We could do it next week. I know what happened last week. I'm sorry about that. We had to go get the bag. That's what the conversation should be. We had to go get the bag.
Yeah.
But guess what? We could do it this week. We could beat them.
Yeah, but
I can't sell my kids like
that's what I'm saying. Even when you get the bag, it's still coming back to the school, not necessarily the program.
Go. And you ain't even bringing enough back because you got to make it back home.
Right.
And you didn't even get enough to even make it back home with a bag.
And at some point,
Sounds like bad business.
Sounds like people who don't know nothing about budgeting.
Yeah.
How can you budget this
A
bad?
loss.
This is
Budget
bad.
a loss.
It's just like it's like I don't know. I don't know how to what I should name this without using profanity. It's very bad business, guys.
Yeah.
You cannot if you're playing what is called a money game, you should be making money out of it. You should have at least at least break even. You're not supposed to go 250 in a hole. But apparently, there are multiple schools that are doing that. So he's trying to change like I said before, mindset, trying to bring more business knowledge on how to run a program. One thing I found very interesting in this interview is the fact that the things he was talking about, and maybe RJ, maybe you can chime in as well.
Yeah.
The business mindset he's talking about is basic. It's not rocket science what he's talking about right here. It's just 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
1 minus 10 is -9.
Yeah.
He's not trying to teach you an equation that's beyond comprehension for the average mind. So for me, it's very interesting or very surprising when I was watching this interview to find out that the HBCUs are doing this type of bad business.
Yeah.
No wonder they're not making any money. No wonder the facilities are the way they are.
Yeah, so I think that what you see a lot of time, so it goes back to accountability, right? So the question is, who's accountable? Who should be held accountable for doing the bad business? What you often see in big organizations is that you need to have a corporate structure. And that's basically a structure with checks and balances. So someone needs to control the executive, and you need someone to control the controller, as you pointed out in last week's show. So how is it possible? How is it still going on? How is it possible that this practice is still going on to this day? So what you oftentimes see, especially when you have like people who have access to other people's money, a lot of access to other people's money, they don't have skin in the game, first of all, and they don't actually see the worth of the money. So what they then do is, especially if you're underpaid, what do? You probably book a ticket, you probably go out, you probably have a spending budget. It's small things, but you can go out on the budget, you can travel with the budget of the school, you can stay in a hotel or in a place with the budget of the school, you can spend the money going out and doing a lot of things with school budget, and that's enough for you. That's why and you often see it again when you have someone who doesn't earn a lot of money. So Yeah, you give someone who doesn't earn a lot of money power over a budget with a lot of money, you often see this type of practice. I believe something like that is happening, and everyone is in on it, not necessarily that they gather in a meeting or something to to discuss how they will mismanage the school funds. But I think everyone is no one is actively trying to stop it. That's why it's possible. We just saw in the example you talked about as well. We talked about how Deion put money, so took money out of his own pockets to finance things for the school. And seems like the school itself wasn't that interested in it. They wanted, if it was up to them, up to the school, probably wanted him to do more. So yeah, I mean, if you don't want it, then you just want the easy lifestyle.
I do agree with you on that. Last reports which I'm going to discuss: the success of the facility improvement, the economic impact, and his plan for JSU. Let's start with the success of the facility improvements.
If we're going to grow and win, and with winning comes success, comes more money. I know even like here, when you came here, this room we were sitting in did not exist.
No, it didn't.
Right. So
the practice field did not exist. The other practice field did not exist. None of this existed. And we're thankful that we have an AD that knows how to fight. And we partner and we communicate and we articulate to one another the needs and the thoughts and the process of getting them.
Yeah.
And then I got partners.
Right. And
who help.
And then one of the things that kind of got glossed over was like, even when this wasn't ready, Coach Prime said, look, take half of whatever I'm making, make it happen.
Yeah, I had to finish.
Get it done.
I had to get it done because I get tired of telling people this. Sooner or later, you just, hey, man, I do it. I'm going to only tell you to cut the grass 3 times. Okay, after that, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to sit up here and just cry. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do what you've been handsomely paid to do, your job. Then again, I'm going to do it.
So you've become the most recognizable person in the state of Mississippi. And I don't even think it's close, probably by a landslide. So with that, I'm assuming there's a lot on your plate that you probably necessarily didn't sign up for. So we just had...
No, I'm not going to say that.
No?
Everything that's on my plate, I've been through the process at the youth level, at the high school level, or at some level. God has taken me through it in the dark. So when you hit the lights, I was ready. Them for that. And they're thankful and appreciative bunch of people. I can't go anywhere in town without white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. Hey, Coach Brown, thank you. Thank you for just what we're doing here, not what I'm doing, but what we're doing here, because we instill hope and we instill that, hey, you can make it. You can make it. Just hold on.
Yeah, I think the economic impact of you being here in 2021 was, I think, 19.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Accidents, they're resilient. And I appreciate them for that. And they're thankful and appreciative bunch of people. I can't go anywhere in town without white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. Hey, Coach Brown, thank you. Thank you for just what we're doing here, not what I'm doing, but what we're doing here, because we instill hope and we instill that, hey, you can make it. You can make it. Just hold on.
Yeah, I think the economic impact of you being here in 2021 was, I think, $19 million was brought to the city.
30.
I was going to get to this year when they have it estimated over 30.
Mm-hmm. You got at least tippers, though. Wasn't no tip. When the waitress serves you good food, when the waitress serves you, don't you supposed to tip?
Common
It
courtesy.
wasn't no tip.
Common courtesy.
Give me a tip.
At least.
Give the program a tip.
At least.
That's all I need.
I was going there, Fry. I was going there.
I ain't asking for much.
I mean, I was going there.
Somebody sit down with me and let's talk about this.
So he's adding to the city, adding to the economic situation of the city. The only thing he's asking is for people to put up some money for the program.
Yeah, like he did. Yeah.
He's adding value. He's asking others to add value. That's the only thing he's asking.
Do you think that the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, knew about this when he went on the Breakfast Club? That's the first question. And the follow-up question. Do you think that he wants to know this?
First of all, he didn't even know that the guy was transparent towards everyone regarding the him entertaining other offers.
Yeah, his intentions
He
were
definitely didn't know this. He definitely didn't. Your second question, would he want to know this? Might be against his narrative.
Yeah.
So I don't think so.
I mean, during the interview on the Breakfast Club, when Charlemagne and DJ Envy tried to, inform him that Deion actually did express his intentions from the get-go, his reaction was, his reaction wasn't, "You're saying something that I didn't hear, so let me listen to your point of view." His reaction was, and I'm paraphrasing, "I didn't hear what you heard, so we disagree on that." Yo, I didn't hear what you heard, so we disagree on that. Whoa, that's some kind of only princes can get away with that. Come on.
Yeah. There's a prince privileges.
Yeah,
I guess.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, so it's obvious that I don't think he would want to know this. Or if he knows it, then it's against his narrative, which he obviously was talking about during that interview.
You know you brought 30 million into the city. Yes. Tip us.
20%.
20%. I take 10. Give us 10.
Yeah, it's going there, but okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot, right? That's a lot for a program which obviously you were the cornerstone of coming here and having that impact. I wonder how much say, or even do they come to you and say, what can we improve? Not just on the campus, but in the city.
I go to them.
Go to them.
I just met with them a few weeks ago. And I said, look,
I'm gonna play this again.
I go to them.
Say, or even do they come to you and say,
just
what
listen
can
to
we
these?
improve? Not just on the campus, but in the city.
I go to them.
Go to them.
I just met with them a few weeks ago. And I said, look, it's something we should be able to do together. Because we're bringing you true economics. And you know we are. So let's get together and figure out how we can help one another. So if we brought you 30 million and we didn't even communicate, we may be able to bring you 45 if we ever sat down and talk and discuss business.
Yeah.
and help people understand what Jackson is, what Jackson have, and what Jackson occupies, and promote some of the hotels, the restaurants, some of the businesses in Jackson. We could do all that if we just communicate. Let's just do that. So that's what we are. And I'm supposed to have a meeting this week about that. He just want to chill. That's all.
Let me ask you this: as far as
It's crazy, man. They could have built a whole ecosystem.
They still can.
They still can.
They still can. The thing is, RJ, I was watching this. Should I let you finish?
Yeah. So I don't know where you're going with this. I mean, it's semantics probably, because he still can, of course. But what I mean to say is, he showed you in a short period of time what he was capable of, and he basically grew the local economy. He indirectly created opportunities for different businesses and people. And I find it it's a shame that he's talking about all we wanted was a tip. We just wanted a tip. I think he earned more. So it reminds me of the saying, penny wise, pound foolish. You see what you get now, the information you get now, the attention you get now, and you basically take it for granted. That's what it seems like, this whole situation. But you wanted to say something.
Yeah. I think by only listening to this whole interview, and we are almost done, only one part left. What I think is shocking to me, and which is one thing that's also very obvious, is that in this whole thing, the program, the HBCUs, the only thing I keep hearing is someone is adding value while others are extracting value.
Yeah.
No one is adding value. No other way. Everyone is trying to extract value. And that could be something that's because of the lack of resources, and people get some resources and they don't have a vision. They try to continuously extract. But I think that's the biggest problem that keeps going on. He's asking them. I mean, this is basics. He pointed it out. If we're not talking, if you're not aligned on the same vision, and I'm bringing 30 million, what if we align on the same vision? And I think that's probably also the difference between these universities and colleges and the bigger ones. They align with the municipalities, the government, the local government, and try to expand. Also with local businesses. You have to align everyone's vision and basically try to expand upon the operations you have. And by doing that, you will earn more money. The pie gets bigger. Everyone is prospering. And you can continuously reinvest, like you said, feed the beast. You can continuously reinvest. And in 5 years, you will have a top 5 facility. You will have a great campus to attract those stars, and you don't have to rely on someone like Deion to continuously show you the way.
Yeah,
you can basically build the program in a way that it becomes self-sustaining.
Yeah,
like any other big universities, like UC Colorado.
Yo, shout out to USC against the friendly they won. Listen, this is what I agree with what you said, and just wanted to add this. if you come from nothing, any little something is a big deal. So you wouldn't know the difference between a slice of bologna and a steak. And if you haven't eaten in a while, you're not gonna wait. Why would you wait for the steak? You got bologna now, you know? So why would I wait for the steak? And I think that's what basically transpired. The school didn't. So apparently, from what I've read, the school didn't have, at least in the last years, maybe 10 years, 20 years at least, didn't experience prosperity. People were getting underpaid, coaches were getting underpaid, etc., etc. And from, let's say, in a very short time, within 3 years' time, you have a new facility, you have notoriety, they show your games. It's like, wow, we haven't eaten in a while, and this, wow, here's a slice of bologna. They're not gonna wait for the steak. They're not that patient. And what they'll do now, when Deion leaves, traitor. That's because they put him in the savior role. And so, it's a triangle, right? So you have to imagine a triangle, and you have the savior at the top, and then the two other points, you have the so if you have the savior, you have the victim, and on the other side of the triangle at the bottom, you have the accuser. And basically, when someone is the savior, the other one automatically becomes a victim, because, of course, only victims need saving. If you're good, you don't need saving. And when the savior doesn't do exactly what you want, that same victim will shift to the other side of the triangle and become the accuser. You let us down. You lied to us. Good for nothing. Negropean. Shout out to
Boot
Tribe for putting us on game. We didn't know that. Negropean. Yeah. We didn't know that term. But yeah, so you start calling him a bunch of names, but I mean, it wasn't his fault. He did arguably more than not arguably, he did more than he was required to do contractually. He didn't owe you anything. He did it from the bottom of his heart, apparently. So yeah.
The question is now, how will they continue? Will they go back to the old ways? Or will they learn from what he's talking about, understand, and try to improve? I hope, before I share my side, RJ, what do you think about that?
Yeah, and while I'm answering, guys in the audience, again, thank you for your support. Remember to like the video, please subscribe as well, and share the video with people who might find this topic interesting. And of course, share your thoughts with us as well. We're curious to know. But what I think, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I wouldn't bet on Jackson State until I see who the next coach is, head coach and staff.
But it's not about the coach, though.
I understand what you're saying, but this is my point. It's the football that got them the notoriety, or at least the increase in notoriety. If it's not football, there needs to be something else. You don't believe so? Why not?
They have to build the system. That's the only thing. That's what he's been preaching the whole time. You have to build a system, a money-making system. It's not about football. It's about the alignment of vision, alignment of business, how to do business, having a vision, working towards that vision, aligning everyone's vision in the city, and try to build something that can last. It's
I
not
agree.
about. It's
I
not
agree
about,
with that, but
yeah.
so that's part of, yeah. So okay, so up to that point, I agree. I agree with you.
If you
But
have,
it's only a money making system. That's first. Second of all, you need a money management system. That's just the
that
second
is
one.
true.
And what I'm saying is, you need a cash cow. You need a business model. Any type of business needs a business model. If you're telling me that when he got there, people were underpaid, tells me a lot of the financial situation. So it
Mhm.
tells me as well that their business model, they probably don't have a cash cow, at least not as big as Deion provided them, and the cash cow that Deion provided them. So that's what I mean with football. Football is what got that led to the financial boost. And
Deion.
if you don't, yeah. So I'm saying football, but it was Deion, the football led by Deion. Yeah. So what I'm saying, the reason why I talked about football is because I believe that although Deion went, there are still some type of culture, something maybe that, let's say, another coach can work with. If you have like, I don't think it's going to be very difficult to get another Deion, but you can get, the second best thing. If that's not an option, then they would need to basically start from scratch, probably with another cash cow. So that's what I was referring to. It's so I think it's not so it's just what you said. I agree with you, but just and what I said was just part of the whole truth. If you have a cash money, if you have an effective cash or at least money making system, but you don't have a money management system, then it's done. Now, what other? So the question is, okay, talking about money making system, what other money making system do they have now? I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know.
They didn't have them. The football program wasn't anything before he came here. Now it's something.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the football. I'm talking about the school now. What's the money? What money making system do they have that can put them on the level that
That's football.
Deion?
That
Yeah,
should be football.
So that's why I talked about football.
Yeah, but yeah. I think we're talking about the same thing. I think my biggest problem is, and it's going to be hard for them for now. And they might disappear totally.
Yeah.
If they don't figure it out fast enough.
Yeah.
And the figuring out is mainly the vision, aligning everything, knowing what you want, and working towards it. And if you align everything, you have the vision, you know how to run the program, how you would want to run the programs. You hire the right coach for that, because then you don't hire someone nilly-willy. You hire the right person, you give them the trust, you give them the keys to the car, and then you wait and work with others to get their vision up.
Yeah.
I hope for them that they can figure this stuff out. Yeah. From what he talked earlier, I think it's probably not only JSU who will have this problem, who has this problem, but also other HBCUs. Because he said they are talking among each other and they come across the same thing.
Yeah.
Same frustrations.
Yeah. So you can say it's underfinanced because that's what the Prince of Pan. That's just what the Prince of Pan-Africanism said,
Yeah.
So Umar Johnson was like, no, it's underfunded. Black man trying to guilt trip, but it's not black man, or at least it's not only the money. It's the idea of giving money. You put the responsibility on a third party.
Mm-hmm.
What about the money making responsibility? It's on the HBCUs.
And then the management, like you said.
The management, yeah.
I think the management is more important.
Yeah. So it's always, so that's why I don't, and I believe, in reality, you need both. You need people to support, and you need money making and money management skills internally. So in every HBCU. However, it's always easier to blame other people, and that's why, I wasn't planning to I wasn't planning to talk. I don't consider this ranting, but I wasn't planning to talk on Dr. Umar Johnson. But come on, man, it's like zero. It's just yelling just to yell. No interest in the facts, just ready to blame people, and I think that's very bad. It's very bad for any community, but in this case for the Black community, because you push the responsibility on other people instead of saying, hey, HBCUs, listen to the story like we did, analyze the story like we did, try to tackle it from an objective perspective, and then talk to and form your opinion, and not say, I didn't hear that part, so we don't agree. So, I didn't hear what you heard, so we don't agree. What the hell, man?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's kind of crazy. So let's go to the last part, the very last one in this interview. They ask him what his plans are for JSU.
Plan for Jackson State in the next, couple years, 5 years. What's your?
I don't.
What do you think his plans are? Before I continue,
was the question what his plans were for Jackson State
for the next 2, 3, 5 years?
If I would guess, I would say that his plans were to.
It's easier than you think.
It's just to build a better foundation, I would say.
There should have been this, guys. There should have been the warning sign.
Okay, I'm curious to see this one.
Maybe it's not a warning sign. Maybe it's too negative. But
right.
When people talk like this,
Plan for Jackson State in the next, couple years, 5 years. What's your?
I don't do that.
You don't do that.
I'm gonna dominate today. And when I get tomorrow, I'm gonna dominate that. I don't do that. Personally, life, cool, but not for Jackson. I don't do that. I gotta stay right hand, laser focused, man. I'm trying to dominate for the rest of the day. Then I'm gonna get up and do it again tomorrow.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I don't think it was a warning sign, but at the same time, he didn't show commitment. So I think that's what you meant.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
there was no.
Yeah, he didn't show commitment.
No commitment. But the question is, should he show commitment? When you're in a relationship, RJ,
yeah,
it should be both ways, right?
Please explain what you mean with both ways.
Oh, oh man! Oh shoot!
Before I say yeah, before I nod and say,
if I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble.
No, it has to be, the love has to come from you to that person and that person to you.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. I'm not talking about the other both ways.
Yeah, definitely. So so a mentor of mine told me once. I don't remember what the issue was, but I was talking to him, and I think it was it was either with friends or where I was working at the moment. I was saying, I'm doing my best, but it's like, it's never good enough. It's like, I put in the work, but it's never good enough. And he said, And so RJ, you can work very hard. You can, put in a lot of effort. It's good. However, for a relationship to work in a healthy way, you need the intention and input of both people, at least everyone involved. And in this particular case, it seems like it was only Deion giving the input. It was only Deion making a legitimate effort, sacrifice. So my conclusion is, my opinion is that he doesn't owe JSU anything.
But yet he gave everything.
At that point where they interviewed him, it was already 2 years in. So he already experienced the disappointments. He experienced the letdowns, the theft that took place, took place in the facility. His boombox who got stolen, who later returned, but that doesn't matter. It leaves you with a bitter taste. You put your own money down to invest in things for the school, but when you ask for money back, they don't give it to you. At that point when they interviewed him, all those things have already taken place. So he has experienced their treatment for 2 years, asking for money. He said, I'm not asking for money. I'm just asking, just give me a small piece of the pie that I helped bake, that I helped bring to JSU. I mean, and yeah, what he said. I think this is a good way to finish up. What was his answer to one of those questions? I'm gonna ask you 3 times to mow the lawn. After that, I'm gonna mow it myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like JSU had it coming, and not the school, of course. I'm talking about the management, because the school, they didn't do anything. I mean, they are just students or student athletes. Talking about when I say JSU had it coming, I'm putting all the blame, or a great part of the blame, on the management. Yeah.
Yes, I do agree with you on that. Last but not least, of course, he heard about these talks and he responded.
The program at Colorado have discussed this thing. You have, and not only JSU, but HBCUs, the SWAC, and I know there's a lot of negative talk about this move.
Did I listen to him before I came?
No, you didn't.
Did I listen to him while I was here?
No.
So you think I'm gonna make time in my life to listen to negativity? I'm too positive. I'm too progressive to buy into nonsense. I've never had time for it, and I'm not gonna make time for it now.
Now, Coach Prime says he will definitely coach the Celebration Bowl next Saturday in Atlanta. The coach talks about that decision coming up in our 6 o'clock newscast.
He also had a live IG session where he discussed shortly the whole situation.
Yeah, how your toes coming along?
Right, we ain't gonna care either.
Yeah,
we good.
Yeah, and it just this, and I'm like, man, I guess I was just something about the departure, how you left, and I think it's a lot of the time you gave him hope, and it's like a bad breakup with anything.
We ain't gonna stop giving hope. We don't stop giving hope.
But no, it just some people feel like you gave them hope, and just to let them.
But what I'm saying, we're not gonna stop. We're gonna always be a conduit of hope and a conduit of unity and a conduit of love. We gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Yeah. And so, that's why I was like, okay, but I mean,
No. What it is people get upset at how you infect their lives, or they can't utilize you no more. Like how I fit into their life. They don't realize how you fit into my life. Like, what about my life?
Right.
You're so concerned about how your life, and what I'm doing for your life.
Right.
What about my life?
My life, yeah.
And my kids' life. But my mama's like, shoot,
Right.
I got everybody. Their mama dying. My
Yeah.
mama here with me, my sister, my nephew, my son, all my sons.
Yeah, and I think people don't get a lot of time. You know, it'd be what then how can they benefit our viewers? Sometimes
there you go.
They enjoy the highs of it, and then when it comes to the end, it's like disappointment. You know, it's like a bad breakup with anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. First of all, it's an opportunity to open doors. We had 4 African American coaches terminated at Power Fives.
Right.
Not one was replaced with another African American man but me.
Right.
So this is something that we're shoot. This is you talking about a high calling. This is a high calling.
Yes, yeah.
That God has opened the door so I could go in and crack that thing and let others in. Right. This is what we're trying to do, Grimes. We it's a bigger picture than what they see, but God does not give your vision to other people.
Right.
So this is my vision.
And that's the thing about it with people like you. It's like if you win 0-30, you know what I'm saying, and didn't win the game, then it wouldn't be an issue.
Oh no, it ain't no issue.
Be ready while you're here, but it's like,
you get terminated. Remember, I see you get terminated, elevated, one of the two. Ain't no issue.
Yeah, and I tell people like what? Why is it? You know, it's like you. It's because the HBCU and what about the black children that's going to attend Colorado? They don't matter because they don't attend HBCU.
No, not to them. They don't.
Right. So that's the whole thing, coach. But like it come with the territory. Like I tell you all the time, it come with.
Hey, Graham, look at man. When I was 8 years old, they was talking about me.
Right.
When I was 10, they was talking about me. When I was 15, when I chose Florida State, when I chose to play 2 sports, when I went to San Francisco, when I went to Dallas, when I went to Washington, when I played for the Yankees, the Braves, as well as the Cincinnati Reds. They don't ever stop talking. You know why? Because I provoke thought and I provoke change. When you're a change agent and a conduit of change, baby, they're going to keep on talking. When they stop talking, that's when I'm going to worry about it.
That's the problem. And like I said, they talked about Jesus and put him high on the cross. And you think
talking about a lot more. They talk about a lot more brothers than Jesus.
Yeah. and you think you think you exempt me. But I'm proud of you, coach. You know I'm riding to the wheels full off. You know.
I love you, my brother. Keep on doing what you're doing, man.
Hey, and I want to tell you this year. If you would have turned down 300,000 with 5 million, I would have swung on you, coach.
It wasn't 300,000. Hold on. Remember, I gave back half, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
They don't want to talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah. All right, coach. Go get somebody.
So I think that this last clip tells you partially what the whole situation is from his perspective.
Yeah. It's basically what we talked about as well, right?
Yep. Adding value, extracting value. What about me? You're only concerned about yourself.
Yeah. I'll tell you a story about a contractor I hired in the past to do some tasks for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we had like the SLA, the service level agreement. So it was clear what the person had to do. And according to the plan, he had to be here twice a month to do certain things and do other things at home, etc. And let's say out of 10 things, he did 1 thing consistently. So out of the 10 things he had to do every month, he did every month 1 thing consistently and 2 additional things mediocre in a mediocre way, right? Make promises, didn't deliver, all these things. But KR, when I said, you know what, I can't anymore, we're going to terminate the agreement, the reaction I got wasn't, you know what, well, I had it coming, I didn't put in the work, I didn't keep my word. The reaction I received was, wow, but before you do that, didn't you think about how that might affect me? I'm like, what? You need to be a high level egocentric person to blame me for making a decision instead of looking at yourself and then admitting, yeah, you know, I did this, I didn't do, yeah, I could have done that, but still, this could have affected me very bad. I'm like, yeah. At this point, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm not someone to say hire, fire, but these experiences make you go in that direction. Like if you don't do the job well, there's another person waiting who will. So yeah, Deion was the same. You keep giving, and at one point he's like, yeah, I'm not giving anymore. And now you're still criticizing him. So at this point, you can't tell him anything because he knows he put everything. He left everything on the field, or he's leaving everything on the field. He gave as much as he could.
Yeah, and the question is, you could have asked them, mirrored that question. What about me?
Yeah,
because it's the same. Like you're affecting me, I'm affecting you. The reason I'm affecting you is because you're affecting me. If you weren't affecting me, I wouldn't make that decision.
Yeah.
So it's action reaction, and a lot of people are too self-focused, self-centered, narcissistic.
Self-absorbed, narcissistic. Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Self-absorbed, narcissistic. Again, it's easier to blame the other person than to blame yourself.
With that being said, RJ, with all the information we just went through, would you say that Coach Prime made the right decision by taking his players and part of his staff to UC? And would you call him a sellout for doing that?
Yeah, so definitely not calling him a sellout at all. Actually, I commend him for everything he did, and I think JSU should do the same. They should be happy. They should be more appreciative with what he did. And again, it's not the student's fault. It's not the fans' fault. It's not the athlete's fault. It's a management thing. It's a business thing. And if you look at it objectively, this whole issue objectively, you will reach the conclusion that Deion did everything he could. And he actually gave it his all. Definitely not a sellout. Would you agree with that? And guys, while we're waiting on KR to answer, please remember to subscribe to the channel. This really helps our algorithms. Also, make us help. Also, like the video, share the video as well, but especially subscribe. We're gonna tell you at the end of the show some. We're gonna share some statistics with you at the end of the show. But we are greatly appreciative of your support. We're growing by the week exponentially, but we really want to get our subscribers up. So please, if you haven't done so already, subscribe to our channel. We really appreciate it. And back to my question, KR. So would you agree with my point of view regarding your question, my answer? Do you agree with that?
Well, my audio went out partially, but I got the last sentence. I do agree that
I went out. I went out. Yeah.
Oh, my audio.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I usually talk. I kept talking. So I don't think he sold out. He's not a sellout, and you probably said it already. But I think it seemed to me like the love was not shown from both sides.
I would say it wasn't reciprocated.
Yeah,
because it was shown by Deion.
You took the words out of my mouth because that was going to be the next word I was going to say.
Yo, shout out to me.
Yeah. But yeah, there were. Did he make the right choice? He showed the program how they can do it. He told them, he showed them. It's up to them now to continue the path that he started in. I don't remember who said it. There was someone I saw was it Steve Harvey who said people are in your life sometimes it's like seasons.
A reason, a season, or a lifetime.
Yeah. And he was there for a season. Well, 2 seasons then.
2 seasons.
But he was there to show him the way. And it's up to JSU now to take the baton and continue the race and become better. And not only JSU, it's also other HBCUs. The man showed you the way. He's not supposed to lead you to the promised land. Maybe you could say, maybe he should have stayed longer, maybe. But the bigger question is, did he show you how you can do it? Did he add value? And I want to say this as a last thing. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Celebrate. Celebrate that he was able to add value, show you guys the way, because he's a great. He's one of the best who has ever done it on the NFL level, on DP. And he might become one of the best coaches on the university college level. Learn, create your vision, and make it happen. That's all.
It's a deep one. Oh, you went deep there, man. Come up for oxygen. Yeah, that's a very nice way to put it. Yeah.
So let's transition real quick to the second topic. Twitter files.
The Twitter files.
Twitter files have been released last week. We talked about it partially, showing you. We didn't talk about it. RJ showed you the way. Like a Mandalorian is the way.
Yeah.
So we talked about it real short. Discussed the overarching theme, and voila, the critics come out of the woodworks and try to, I wouldn't say, they wanted to doo-doo on Matt. They tried to doo-doo on Matt. Can you imagine that? Can you guys see my screen? Let me zoom in a little bit more. You had Ben Collins. Imagine throwing it all away to do PR work for the richest person in the world. Humiliating. Psst. Watching some of the most famous, most powerful, richest men red pill themselves into disaster. Pretty wild. Imagine volunteering to do online PR work for the world's richest man on a Friday night in service of nakedly and cynically right-wing narratives, and then pretending you're speaking truth to power. It seems like, I think, Ajay, you pointed out a while ago that the articles were aligned on Google with the same headline. This is going to be the third tweet Listen to this one. Watching Matt's unbelievable fall into lazy, reactionary commentary and now PR hand for the world's richest man is depressing.
Seems like they have a WhatsApp group. It's like it's like one. Yeah, it's like everyone's texting, tweeting the same thing. Okay.
You're cooking them, RJ. You're cooking them.
Yeah.
Oh man. Another one from calling Goldman Sachs a vampire squid to give him free PR to the world's richest billionaire. Man, what a career journey.
You know what we call that, KR?
Tell me.
Jealousy.
Yeah. I had a audio for that one. What? Can use
We're gonna have it next time. Guys,
next time.
Remember to like the video. Remember to subscribe, especially subscribe. We appreciate your support. Again, we keep seeing growth, very positive growth. We're putting a lot of work in this show, improving by the week. The reactions we get are positive, and we truly appreciate it. It really gives us a support. We're trying to get our subscribers up, our subscriptions up. So please, if you haven't done so already, remember to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything. Let's continue with the Twitter files.
Yes.
Oh,
Another one, Jason Kair. Another remark about doing the PR work.
Another one.
It continuously. What do we have here? Wayahat Ali. Selling your soul for the. You might be right, RJ.
Yeah.
This must have been.
It's a WhatsApp group. Man.
To a large WhatsApp group because it's another one. I sound like DJ Khaled at this moment.
Another one.
Another one. PR from one of the richest.
Another one. Come on.
Another one.
Hey, it's
Guys,
hot.
come on, man. Come on. I sound like Boosie too. Come on, man. Come on, man. A journalist agrees to terms they refuse to describe to do social media PR for the richest man alive. Come on, man. The question is, why are they all aligned like this? Is it because it's revealing parts of a structural? I think, RJ, you have read more about this than I have the past week or so. Would you say that these Twitter files are revealing kind of a suppressing of speech?
Definitely, definitely suppressing of speech. Definitely manipulation of speech. Last week we talked about it already at that point. So last week Saturday, it was just the first batch of the Twitter files that was disclosed, where we saw how there was basically a group of people within Twitter, high-ranking officials, that used to basically determine what can be published and what couldn't. So they did limit. They also tried to manipulate speech, but man, oh man, even the Twitter files have controversies. So the Twitter file is a Twitter file. So today we're going to discuss it. We have a good one. I'm going to try to do it as concise as possible. Maybe here and there I'll tell you, check out, or I'll ask you to show a tweet.
Okay, no problem.
But I want to start first, let's say in chronological order, because guys, yeah, okay.
Let's wrap this part up first.
All right, cool.
Would you say that, looking at what you've read so far,
yeah,
do these MattTaibbi and BariWeiss, can they be considered sellouts to the world's richest man?
Well, to call them a sellout, I would need to have more information about them. So I don't know, for example, let's say if they were always anti
establishment,
anti-billionaire, always on that side, then you can call them a sellout. I can imagine. I don't have that information, but from the reaction of the people, of the like other journalists, basically saying the same thing, tells me one thing. One, either they have a WhatsApp group, as already mentioned, or they all went to the same journalism school. Two, and two, they're just jealous because Matt and
Barry. Oh, Barry.
Barry got basically the opportunity of a lifetime, I would say, that the others didn't get. So yeah, call them whatever you want, but they're winning.
That's for sure.
Yeah, they're winning.
And I think it's also remarkable that journalists should all, well, at least how I see it, journalists always try to seek research, look for the answers, the thing that happened. And by calling them people who sold their soul, people who are running PR, you're basically telling that whatever happened before at Twitter is not important at all. Actually, it might have not even have happened because it's a PR. You're trying to promote something that might not be true at all. Sad but true.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do agree with you. No sellouts.
I'm not saying they're not sellouts. I'm just saying I don't know enough about them to reach that conclusion.
Well, I know enough that this is, well, anyway.
Yeah. So to call someone a sellout, you would need to know what their principles are, and I don't know these people.
If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
My name is Jose Morillo. Yeah.
Okay, RJ, you have the floor with regards to the Twitter files. Please tell us. Let us know what happened and how this is going to end.
Yeah, so this is a good one. And I don't know how this is going to end because apparently in one of the last tweets, it was either Barry or Matt that said that the old Twitter, so I'll call them, let's say, the old Twitter and new Twitter. Old Twitter referring to the Twitter before Elon Musk took over, and Elon, and the new Twitter, of course, the current managed Twitter so the company under the current management. But basically, during old Twitter, there was, just to give a quick recap, there was a small group of, small recap of what we discussed last time. There was a small group of high-ranking officials who determined, they determined what could be said by who on Twitter. They also received messages and requests from both Democratic parties, but especially, from both political parties, but especially from the Democratic Party, to censor certain things. And a majority of the time, it was the requests of the Democratic Party that were honored, not because Twitter. So yeah, it's not because perhaps Twitter Twitter branded itself as a Democratic supporter, but more because a majority of the employees were left and thus supported the Democratic Party. But they did so for the right as well. So it was just a way of doing things. Now, if we go to, I want to start first with let me see what it's called. The Twitter files. Let's go to Twitter supplemental. Yeah, that one. So basically, this is a series of tweets or published on December 6th, right? And it's basically saying many people wondered why, because many people wondered why the Twitter files, so there's a subsequent publication of the Twitter files, took so long after the first set of publication. And they were like, okay, so guys, what's happening? There's something going on. So apparently, and this is a telenovela. This is what's it called? The good soap opera. No, but it's a soap. But I'm trying to think of the name of one of the Bold and the Beautiful, something like that.
Yeah, Bold and the Beautiful.
But it's basically a soap. So basically, what happened was the two reporters who you have BariWeiss and MattTaibbi. They're the ones who have published and will be publishing information on the old Twitter. What they found out was, after the first set of publication, that the person, this is a wild one, that the person who was vetting the files before they got published was none other than a man by the name of Jim Baker. And who was Jim Baker? Who is Jim Baker? Jim Baker was the Twitter Deputy General Counsel, and before that, he was a former FBI General Counsel who was involved in a lot of controversial issues during his period as a FBI agent, which allegedly caused his dismissal, caused him to be fired in 2018. And one of the most notable controversies that he was involved in was the so-called Steele dossier. Now, for those of you who don't know who the Steele dossier is, or what controversy that is, that's basically the whole story that the whole narrative that was pushed by the media, that there was that Trump and Russia had a link with one another, so that Russia was backing Trump, etc., etc. And why do I say that it's a narrative that they were pushing? Because recently it was information came out. What's the term? Not come out, but the information was leaked.
Mm-hmm.
Basically showing that it was all just made up. It showed that the whole story was not backed. It was not fact checked. It was just something that was made up. And this same person, Jim Baker, was involved in that. So as soon as the journalists found that out, they went to, what do you call him? Chief Tweet.
Chief Twit.
They went to Chief Twit. They went to Chief Twit. They went to Elon Musk himself. And Musk, of course, did what he had to do. He had to fire Jim Baker immediately. So that caused let's say, certain files, or at least certain publications, to be put on hold until just recently. Now, we can go to the BariWeiss list. Did you want to make a comment on this one, KR?
Yes. How do you think Jim reacted when he saw Elon coming in?
I think he was very scared.
No. Wait.
And that was the end of Jim at Twitter.
Yeah. So
Barry, you said.
Yeah. So let's go to the Barry tweet. So, and of course they are, so guys, it's very good to just follow these threads. You can follow them for yourselves. It's very interesting to see. Usually they drop about how long would you say a thread is? Between 37 and 60 something.
The first one was the smallest one so far. The one of last week. I think that was around the 30 something. This one went to, I think, 40 something. And the one from was this 40? No, this was 30.
This was 30 something, 37, I think, and the other one was.
And Matt's the one Matt dropped yesterday. That was
67, I think. Yeah.
67.
Yeah, we're gonna take. That's also pretty interesting to see. But but that was dropped. That's the latest one. So we're gonna go to BariWeiss's tweets. Basically talking about blacklists, right? So it's not a secret that during 2020, 2019, so in between 2018 and 2021, people could see or people started to have the suspicion that Twitter was blacklisting people, right? Was censoring speech. And if you go to 3, you see, let me get it. Let me just do this. Then I'll be able to multitask. And I'm not good at multitasking, guys. So please forgive your boy. So what happened was that Twitter was accused a lot of times of blacklisting people. They said no. Now, if you take a look at the BariWeiss's tweets of December 8th, especially, and they number the tweets, guys. So look at tweet number 3 through 5. You see, if you can scroll, just stay there. You can see, for example, some tags, right? So internally, what they would do is they would tag certain posts. And here you can see, for example, recent abuse strike, trans blacklist strike count. So basically, they did blacklist people. In this case, this particular person was talking about the, let's say, pandemic and making comments that Twitter did not agree with, and so they blacklisted him. We can proceed to this.
The COVID lockdowns.
Yeah. So we can go to the next one, to 4. I didn't want to use the word. Okay. Thanks anyway. Come on, bro. Anyway.
We're not that popular yet.
Yeah, no. Well, we're gonna get there very soon with the help of our subscribers and people who will subscribe. Thanks again for your support, guys. Here we see another example. We see a right-wing talk show host who said something and was also slapped with the blacklist, right? Notification spike, search blacklist, etc. Go to the next one. Yeah. So the Twitter account of an activist, right wing, also you can see. So this is basically, guys, how they tagged the tweets, the posts. Recent abuse strike count, NSFW view. You want to say something?
That's crazy though that he has NSFW. Isn't that not suitable for work?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't understand everything that's put there. I only look at the abuse.
Well, usually that means that it's not suitable. It's like X-rated stuff.
Yeah, but it's Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Twitter. Yeah. So that post. So the link between that post and so that's what you're saying, right? The link between the post they blocked and the comment they put below. That's what you're saying. Yeah. Agree. Yeah, agree. But they were also known to do that because they would claim that something would be against policy, but they didn't have a policy, so they would use other things. But of course, this is for the internal team to see, right? Yes. You as a user wouldn't know
You
why
would keep
you're
wondering why no one is responding to you.
yeah. So KR, do you think someone is tagging us? Do you
On
think we're
YouTube
back?
right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
We're not big enough.
We're not that big. Yeah. So and this is an interesting one, 6. Basically, as I mentioned, BariWeiss says that Twitter denied doing such things. But if you go to 7, they say we never shadow banned. But what we do is visibility filtering. VF for short.
What?
Guys, this is not a joke. They said, guys, it's not true. We don't shadow ban anybody. That's preposterous. On another note, we do visibility filtering. And what's visibility filtering, you might ask? For that, we can go to tweet number 8. It's basically being away. Think about visibility filtering as being a way for us to suppress what people see to different levels. It's a very powerful tool. One senior Twitter employee told us. What's the difference between shadow ban and visibility filtering? I do not know, but maybe audience guys, if you guys know what the difference is, please let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can skip to 14. Also a pretty interesting one. Let's say put 13 and 14 just to
okay.
Yeah, just to have put 12 in as well, just to show something. Yeah, there. So at 12 you see that basically Twitter had its department for seeing if tweets are complying with the policies. It was called the SRT-GET, Strategic Response Team, Global Escalation Team, who often handled about 200 cases a day. However, there existed, so we go to 13, a level beyond official ticketing, beyond the rank and file moderators following the company's policy on paper. So basically, this was the CIA of Twitter. It was called the Site Integrity Policy Escalation Support, SIP-PES, which, if you go to 14, you see it included a secret group. This is not a joke, guys. It's a secret group, including head of legal policy and trust, Gade, Vijaya Gade. We talked about him last week. The global head of trust and safety, Joel Roth, and subsequent CEOs, Jack Dorsey and Parag Arwal, and others as well. So high-ranking people. So basically a secret group who did certain tasks that were above the level or the pay grade of the department that actually wasn't tasked with controlling to see whether the policy were being adhered to by the users. Now we're going to give an example. This is a wild example. Let's go to 17, KR. Just to give you guys an example of something that happened. Yeah, so you guys, you see the account. So there's an account by the name of I forgot what the name. It's Chaya Raichik. It's the. Can you scroll a bit? Can you scroll back? Can you scroll up? Just to see the accounts. Yeah, Libs of TikTok. It's the account's name, right? Let's stay there. Let's stay here. So Libs of TikTok, which was an account of Chaya Raichik. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. And this account was also blacklisted. Now, just a background story about Chaya Raichik. Is regarded as a far-right, anti-alphabet people channel. And yeah, shout out being smart, man. Come on, man. Come on, bro. we need to be smart about these things. Please don't help me like you did.
This one I got. This
Please
one.
don't help me like you did 5 minutes ago. So basically, so this person says things that are regarded as anti-alphabet people, and what they did was eventually they banned her account. Right? They banned it. The account received 6 suspensions, or they didn't ban it. The account received 6 suspensions. To claim that the content was hateful, etc., etc. Now, if we go to 19, you see a pretty interesting. Yeah, stop there. Yeah, a pretty interesting comment by Twitter itself. Basically, Twitter itself was claiming that the account was not directly engaged in behavior violating or violative of the hateful conduct policy. So they admitted that the content wasn't hateful. However, no. Yeah, before we go, however, first paragraph, you see, so the first paragraph, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line, you see, at this time, site policy has not found explicitly violative tweets, which would result in a permanent suspension of the account. So at least it wouldn't result in a permanent suspension, but they did time the account. So each time they timed the account out for 7 days. Now we can continue scrolling to the next tweet. So you can see what the committee in charge with the banning said. They claimed basically that, in short, that the person, so the Chaya was spewing hate or something to that extent, harassing people, something to that extent, but it was never that clear. Now, Chaya, the account holder herself, was subjected to doxing, I think you call it.
Yeah, doxed. Yeah.
Yeah, she was doxed, which basically means that
Jesus Christ.
It basically means that someone posted on Twitter a picture of her home and her address. That's a very scary thing to do. Mind you, this person has millions of viewers. It's mentioned about or 1 million, 1 point something million, I believe, is what I read. But so you post information of her address and her directions directly. So someone could just, if someone will get there, get lost, look at the picture, look for the house, and get her. So that's a very terrible thing to do. This pic got 10,000 likes.
This is wild.
When Chaya told Twitter, "Hey guys, do something about it," what do you guys think Twitter said? Twitter said, "Yes, we reviewed," and I'm gonna quote, we reviewed the reported content and didn't find it to be in violation of the Twitter rules. This is crazy. KR, your thoughts?
This is very wild. So if you could imagine, with the topic she was addressing, she would have people who support her. I don't think they would try to do harm. Or maybe they would visit her and try to take pictures or try to basically give her a vocal support or whatever. But you also have people who don't like her, who might want to. Let's say people who are not stable, for a lack of a less, well, the other option is only more offensive. Let's call them less stable. And they would visit her and maybe try to do her harm. that might not work, and there could end into a very disastrous situation where someone doesn't have to be a right chick, could be the person who's trying to attack, could get their life ended.
Yeah.
Because I think it was Florida.
I don't know that.
Oh, they didn't say anything.
No.
Anyway,
Is there a echo? Can you hear?
I cannot hear any echo.
Okay. It's gone now.
Okay. But this could have ended very bad. So for me, it's mind blowing that they are basically telling them, okay, we review the content. We don't find any violation in the rules. Well, good luck. Because luck you will need.
Yeah. This is crazy, man. Can you imagine? This is just crazy.
Doxing is by itself is madness by itself.
Yeah. I think it's. I don't know if it is. Maybe it is. But if it's not, it should be punishable.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting someone's life in danger.
Yo, this is like. I always thought doxing is very unethical.
Yeah.
You might disagree with someone. It might be the biggest piece of doo-doo you might have ever seen. And this happens on both sides, by the way, of the coin. Both right and left I've seen them doing it.
Yeah.
Seems to be leaning more towards one side, but okay. But it's very unethical.
Yeah.
Even if you might not like someone, you're putting their life in danger because you don't know who is reading those tweets. There might be someone who's unstable. You're throwing them for the wolves and basically washing your hands and wishing them good luck.
Yeah. On Twitter also. Yeah, I'm hearing what it is.
There was a sound though, like a.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Is it gone? I don't know.
I don't hear anything. There was a sound real quick, but I don't really hear anything else.
Well, maybe it's just me. If it's just me, I need to check what it is. But I hear it echoing. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. So with that being said, we're going to let us continue. Because we're to the final.
Do I have to go to Matt or do I have to go to keep?
No, we can go to Matt. We can go to Matt.
Okay.
I just wanted to, because there are a lot of things, guys. Feel free to read it, and if you want us to do a complete show, let's say where we go more in depth on this topic, feel free to let us know.
Yeah.
Let's go to Matt, and this was published yesterday.
Yeah.
MattTaibbi basically talked about the Trump campaign and how Twitter had or I don't know if it's a helping hand, but how they try to control and manipulate the Donald Trump.
They try to do Argentina, Netherlands.
Yeah. They wanted to pull a Messi.
Right push. You gotta give them a right push.
Yeah.
This is very long, man. Which number did you say I have to go to?
So we can go to 20. In the meantime, you're gonna see some names. Joel Roth. We talked about Joel Roth in one of the previous, so a while back. He's also a high-ranking official, and he's actually the head of trust and safety at Twitter.
Don't think he is anymore. Was.
No, he was. Yeah, he was. And basically, they were limiting. I may not use the word limiting. Old Twitter was censoring, just keeping an eye on Donald Trump for I think for at least 2 years before the latest election, the 2020 election.
Okay.
So what can I tell you? There was tension. So again, I'm gonna go straight to the highlights. There was tension between the lower level employees and the high ranking officials. I mentioned, of course, the team, the high ranking officials that basically had the last say on who should be censored and for what reason. There were more people working on the lower level, of course, who did not agree with the policy and the practice of these higher ranking people. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's above their pay grade, so they can't do anything. But what's very interesting is that Twitter had weekly meetings with law
FBI and the DHS.
law enforcement institutions such as the FBI, DHS, and as well with the Director of National Intelligence. Institution isn't the word, but yeah, I can. But anyway,
did you try to avoid those names too, or?
No.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
We're an FBI network. Yeah. Let's go to 24. Tweet number 24. And just open this up so I can read it better. Yeah. So here we can see the FBI sends reports about a pair of tweets. So in last show we talked about the Democratic parties sending reports and or requests to censor tweets. In yesterday's thread by MattTaibbi, it was revealed that the FBI also sent report. Here's an example about a 12 of where they sent reports about a pair of tweets. The second one involving a former Tippecanoe County, Indiana councilor and Republican named John Bashman, claiming between 2% and 25% of ballots by mail are being rejected for errors, right? So FBI said that they were spreading misinformation.
Oh my God.
And then the reaction is, no. I believe it was deemed no violations on numerous occasions. In other words, there was proof that there were some things wrong with the balloting. If you continue scrolling, you will see more. This one they wanted to ban as well, because this is the post here you see, and the reaction is so FBI flagged the tweet, but then it was revealed to them that hey, it's actually not false. There are evidence of some things not happening the way they're supposed. Right? So we can go to just to show that the FBI was just said, hey, this is wrong, guys, misinformation, and then you would get a tweet, oh no, it's actually right. So basically these people were trigger happy. Go to 35 for another example of trigger happiness. In another example, Twitter employees prepare to slap a mail-in voting is safe warning label on a Trump tweet about a postal screw-up in Ohio before realizing the events took place, which meant the tweet was factually accurate. So again, showing that they're Twitter happy. So the question here is, how or why are they so fast to move or to claim that something is not accurate? as the FBI, you should know better. So makes you, or at least makes me wonder whether there's some kind of bias. We can go to tweet 39. And then here you see, this is another tweet by Georgia Republican Congresswoman by the name of Jody Heiss for saying no to big tech censorship, and mailed ballots are more prone to fraud than in-person balloting. It's just common sense.
The irony.
What did you say?
The irony.
Would you say that it is common sense? Common sense?
No. The irony is say no to big tech censorship.
You mean doing so on a big tech platform?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
While being censored.
yeah, there is an irony there.
While being censored.
Yeah. There's definitely an irony there. But basically, yeah, that plays a role. But would you say that it is common sense? Do you agree with her post?
Is it a her or him? That picture
Congresswoman.
looks like a him.
No,
Or is
no,
it
Congresswoman.
Okay, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Congresswoman. My bad.
Oh my God.
My eyes are. I had cataract. Anyway. I don't know anything about mail in.
No, but
let me see. Mail ballots are more prone to fraud than in person. Well, I guess it is. It's if you think logical. I don't know how they verify in case of a mailed ballot.
Mhm.
I don't know the process, so I have to see the process before I can actually say it's common sense. But if there is no way of verifying who's mailing it and who's voting, then I would say it's common sense. But I don't know anything about the process, so I cannot give you any well thought out answer on this.
Yeah. So yeah, I say it is common sense in the sense that mail balloting, it's like a lot of things can go wrong. The mail can't reach the destination. Someone can forge it, things like that. While when you go in person, you need to show your ID. It's less prone. So that would be my argument. But nonetheless, would you say that this post is, if you were in charge of censoring or flagging tweets, would you flag this post?
What do you mean by that?
I wouldn't flag it.
Well, I don't know. What is flag? What are you flagging for?
So that's the question. That's a good one. So perhaps there is a future for you in Twitter.
Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to flag.
Yeah. So let's see what Twitter did. Let's see what was their reason. Let's continue. Yeah. So it's basically where are you now? What post are you?
40.
40, yeah. Yeah, so they went easy on highs, only applying soft intervention. Let's see what they say. What's the reason? Devil's advocate. Hey. The quoted tweet still shows up when the EDI and the actual content Rep High says is lower level. I think I'd lean towards just pulling an MBI soft intervention. So they don't necessarily say why they find it flag worthy.
Flag it.
But they do flag it.
Well, it triggers them. That's I think that's the that's the
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
As long as it triggers me, I'll flag it. Who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah. So let me see here. Let's go to 41.
Ooh, I think going too far down the rabbit hole of labeling critical speech is
It's
dangerous.
dangerous. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I've seen. By the way, before you continue, I've seen. Rod has been doing a lot of talking in the media. Rod has been talking a lot, so you might know that they're going to reveal some things on him.
Yeah.
But which number do they do?
We can be at 41 because that.
41. Okay, let me go.
Because just to compare, right? So we want to compare what they did, because of course the congresswoman we talked about is a Republican. Now let's see how Twitter dealt with the Biden, let's say, situation, or at least how they acted when it was the Democrats. There are multiple instances involving pro-Biden tweets warning Trump may try to steal the election that got surfaced, only to be approved by senior executives. And if they didn't, when they didn't approve it, they expressed the concerns. But they did not flag it like they flagged Trump, and they did Trump's post and Republicans' post.
It's kind of wild.
It's wild. We can continue to scroll down.
Number
43, referring to 42. Or no, it's referring to another set of Slack messages. In this exchange, again, unintentionally humorous, former Attorney General Eric Holder claimed the U.S. Postal Service was deliberately crippled, ostensibly by the Trump administration. It was initially hit with a generic warning, but it was quickly taken off by
the man himself. Jeez.
Yeah. So, guys, it was clear that there was bias. And if we're talking about free speech, it should be free speech for us. And you could see that there are certain tweets that both sides, let's go to 45, stay at 45, yeah. That both sides were tweeting, but it was like, so they were tweeting similar things, but one side, the Republican side, was oftentimes limited or censored, while the liberal side wasn't, or the Democratic side wasn't. So on December 10th, this was of last year, or of 2020, I should say, so election year. Twitter introduced the de-amplification tool, L3 de-amplification tool. And what it basically did was, when they apply the tool, your tweets, your posts wouldn't get the same traction as they would if they didn't have the de-amplification tool. KR, do you think our channel has a de-amplification tool?
If you continue this route, it might get it at the long term.
Come on, man.
No, just kidding. Not really.
No.
I can give you some names that might get one, but I'm not gonna talk too loud.
Yeah. All right. So let's continue. Let's go to 45, 49, and 50. So or just 49. We talked about the amplification tool, but they also had bots. And basically, when they wanted to track something, it was just they just said, let's put a bot on that. And it can be anything, right? every time someone says a word, perhaps, or they give an example. Every time a person in Brazil uses green and blob in the same sentence, actions might be taken. So it's just they put bobs. So bots. Let's go to 50, because who did they put bots on? They added a bot for Trump, claiming for claims he made on Breitbart. The bot ends up becoming an automated tool invisibly watching both Trump and apparently Breitbart. Trump by J6, January 6th. That was the next year when the whole storm in the Capitol happened. Was quickly covered in bots. So they did use, aside from the amplification tool, they had bots as well to track people, and they could instruct the bots to take actions as well if certain words were mentioned in the same sentence.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. But so far, based on your summarization, it seems like Twitter was more concerned about limiting speech than actually improving the whole platform they have.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement. Very fair conclusion.
They have bots. They have L3. They had people. They had the internal alphabet boys. Not those ones. The others.
Yeah. So it was very wild. It was very wild. And we're almost at the end. You're at 51. Basically, you're at 51. Go back up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, that's what I already mentioned. Between January 6th and January 8th, a lot of things happened. But for the current team that's doing the investigation to figure out what happened and what was said between the various parties, they would need to know the basic of the company's vast lexicon of acronyms and Orwellian onwards. So they were basically, in short, they were talking in codes. They were messaging in codes with one another. So that's why it's taken a while for them to decipher everything. That's it. With regards to the Twitter,
files,
the update on the Twitter files. I mean, guys, if you want to go take a look for yourself, please do so. You can follow or go check out MattTaibbi and
BariWeiss
to stay up to date, and you can proceed further. But I just wanted to touch the headlines. It's pretty crazy what happened.
Okay. Well, very interesting. It reveals a lot, and I hope I will definitely go read this after you just summarized this. I think it's very interesting to see what happened at Twitter and how they were basically trying to cover certain topics, or at least certain topics.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, RJ, for the summarization. Hope you guys go check it out as well. Like you said, Matt and Barry, great sharing. So, guys, we are coming to an end. The end of the show is here. I want to thank everyone who watched the full, because it's almost 4.5 hours, the full show. And also the ones who have actively participated into this show. I want to thank you, Bootribe.
Yeah, thanks, Bootribe.
Hope to see you again with great information, sharing ideas, and also giving us some information that we might not know. Guys, feel free to add your comment in the description. Do you think Matt and Barry are sellouts for what others are saying, doing the PR work for Elon? Do you guys think Coach Prime is a sellout for leaving JSU for Colorado University Boulder. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add.
Yes. Thanks, Kair. So, guys, you heard the questions by KR. Okay, just to give a quick recap, we started talking about Deion Sanders as well. It was pretty extensive. You know what I like about these shows, KR?
Tell me.
That while we're preparing for the shows, you learn a lot of things, so you understand things better. So it's amazing. It's amazing what transpired and that whole during these last 2.5 years.
Yeah. You wouldn't think about it. If you look at these social media posts, you would think it's all happy.
Yeah.
All happy at Jackson State, but it wasn't.
No, if you go down, if you really let's say do the investigative work, and that just means reading, you can find out information, and it's pretty interesting. So our conclusion was, based on everything we found, that Deion did his best. Deion gave JSU a lot. JSU did not reciprocate. I believe Deion could have stayed if he saw that JSU was putting back money in the program for the football team to grow. But basically, Deion thought the love was one-sided and left. After that, we talked about the Twitter files. We just talked about the Twitter files. Basically, concluding that there was a lot of things going on, a lot of censoring going on during the old Twitter before Musk took over, and we can expect more information to be disclosed in these next couple of weeks. As mentioned in one of the tweets, there are a lot of information, but because the people talked in codes, it was difficult. It's difficult to decipher certain things. So they would need the key, or they would need people who know of the terms and acronyms to help them understand the correspondence between everyone. That's the short recap, guys. Thank you, as KR said, for sticking with us. Thanks to everyone as well who's watching the rebroadcast. I want to transition to KR's random thought of the day. KR, did you want to do or say something before that?
No. I have nothing to say.
Okay, then
other than my random thought of the day.
Then please.
Okay, thank you.
Share
Thank
your
you,
random thought.
RJ. So I'll keep it short. I think these past few months we've talked a lot about Kanye. And we talked about the situation he's dealing with. It seems sometimes he might say unstable things. While talking to people about this topic, one small thing was raised to me that we might have not covered during these shows. And that's the great thing about discussing ideas and interacting with other people that look at things from the other angles. The angle we might have not really, we have overlooked is the influence of this whole situation with Kanye on his kids. How does it influence them? I think it's very important for everyone to always keep in mind, if you have kids, to not go too crazy or say things that might influence them or influence others to influence them. With that, what do I mean by that? So, for example, in the case of Kanye, he's talking things that some people might label him as a crazy man. One thing that was pointed out to me, which was a thing I didn't think of, is that kids at school might see Kanye on TV and think it's all good. Then they hear their parents talk about Kanye being crazy. And then the kid goes to school, the same school Kanye's kids go to, and then they bully, or let's say you just make a remark, a backhanded remark towards the kids of Kanye. That is crazy. Before you know it, that kid is a frustrated kid, an isolated kid, because he thinks his dad or her dad is cool, but others bully him, her, with regards to the remarks of his or her dad. So I think it's always important that when you have other people that are dependent on you, or at least you have kids to be exact, always keep in mind whatever you're saying, whatever actions, what kind of consequences that might have on your own kid. Could be for the good, could be for the bad. But you have to be very, very, very just be very careful about how you communicate and how it will influence your kid. Because you don't want a frustrated kid who's, let's say, on the downside. I'm not going to use the word. I don't know if it's censored or not, but the kid is on the downside, doesn't feel that good, and might basically end themselves because of being down. So I'm going to keep it short. That's my thought of the day. Not very, usually I come with the crazy stuff, funny stuff. I think it's a very, very great thought that was raised, and I had to think about, because a lot of times people tend to forget these things. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, KR. Thanks for your random thought of the day. And yeah, that's why it's called random thought of the day. It's just random. Just doesn't always need to be, ranting or sensational or whatever. So it's just a random thought that is important, or at least that we want to share with each other and, of course, our viewers. With that being said, thanks to every viewer who is watching, still sticking with us, either live or the rebroadcast. Guys, today is exactly 3 months since we started the first show. Since then, we've been doing it weekly. So we've provided you with weekly live shows. At the moment, we have about 30,000 views and 71 subscriber.
Yes,
we got an extra subscriber right before the show. We're putting in a lot of work, as you guys, for those of you who are following us, you might probably hear a difference in the audio quality. That's because we invested to provide you with better audio. We always say this, we build it as we fly. More improvements coming soon. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everyone who's watching the live broadcast and the live show and the rebroadcast, as I've already mentioned. Don't forget to check out our clips during the week, because we drop, let's say, the highlights. And sometimes people don't want to watch the whole show. They can check the highlight, or sometimes because the show is long, and you might have watched it, but there might have been some things that you haven't picked up, or that maybe you were busy doing something else. So please go check out the clips we dropped during the week as well. Thank you for your support. Guys, those of you who have already liked the video, you guys are basically the early adopters, man. And we really appreciate you. The early adopters can arguably be regarded as the most important group at the beginning, because of course those are the group, or at least that's the group of, let's call it, diehards that can not only make the show grow but provide valuable feedback that can improve the quality of our show. So thank you to all the early adopters.
Yes, sir.
Wow, infotainment.
Yeah, man. So guys, whatever your thoughts are, please let us know in the comments below. Share the videos with others. You want to say something about the channels, KR?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of the show, we always post things for you guys to keep an eye out on the channel. And I always say this, share the video, like the video, like you said, and remember to follow us on all socials. And one of the most important ones, subscribe to the YouTube.
Subscribe, guys. Please, we appreciate you liking the video, but subscribe as well.
Yeah. Like RJ already said, thank you for following us. Early adopters, always important. And with that being said, for those who have been watching this long, thank you. And we're gonna see you guys next week. Bye.